Are you Yeti? Uh-oh, cat. You have competition. What up, people? How are you both tonight? Any cat updates, cat? Dog's looking around like, who is she talking to? It's been a day, but to live to fight another one, right? Look at you, Yeti. I'm impressed. And I finally figured out the TV situation. Sally Stanley, hey girl. I've had better days, but I'm doing okay. So the thing with the TV, right? When I turn the lights off here, for some odd reason, it blares it out. You would figure it'd be more of a crisp picture, but if I turned on the light right now, you'd be able to see the TV perfect. Cat. But let's please recognize he may have been first, but you're number one. What's everybody up to on Friday night? I was about to say Friday Junior, but we're well into Friday already at this point. Heck, Sally Stanley's almost into tomorrow. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot you turned off your points. You said something about turning it off in live. I keep on forgetting to look for it. I don't want to turn it off. I just didn't know you could turn them on and off. Me and Kat are still trying to figure out how it works, so there is that. But the knee is feeling better. It's just my calf that really hurts, and that's kind of disturbing seeing as the injury was in the knee. And I know my veins are good because they just did an ultrasound on my leg last time I went in because my ankle swelled up. So I know it's nothing to do with my veins. And my other leg isn't feeling that way. The swelling's gone down. The road rash is slowly healing. Got a couple of nasty scabs still, but hazard of the trade of riding on a scooter, right? Sadly, there was a boy in Chicago who was killed. I don't know if it was yesterday or today, or I was going through my Google feed. So, just like motorcycles, people have got to be careful and watch out for people on e-scooters, but the kids seem to be going a lot faster than like an adult like myself. I made a point not to get a really fast one. I believe my friend Dupers are way faster than what I'm used to. It's not hard to twist your knee. You're doing a lot of pivoting and moving around. I never broke when I was younger. Now, as I get older, it's not pretty, Yeti. Plus, I've had 4 children. So, the more children you have, the more calcium that was drained out of your body. Hopefully, I don't turn into the Hunchback of Notre Dame. Busy lady. Welcome in, welcome in. I may not always catch your lives, but I always go back when I see the notification and watch it and hit the like. Well, I hope your knee feels better. I'm glad that mine kind of does. I just wish that the calf would knock it off. I mean, it's so sore and tender right now that even if I touch it or glaze over something with it, it's like, ooh, that didn't feel good. It feels like a big bruise, but there's no bruise there. Welcome in, Austin Shelton. Sally, I was so glad when they told me I didn't break a hip or my pelvis, if that's the same thing, because I'm at that age where it's a lot easier to do. Aw, it sounded good in theory, and then when you ate it, you was like, that was a poor life choice. I did that the other day, busy lady. Polish and fries, but Polish was not on a bun. I just cut it up and ate it, and the fries, I'm still getting used to my, oh, lucky laptop just uploaded something. Um, I'm still getting used to my air fryer, so I think I left them in a little too long. I like crispy fries, don't get me wrong, but they were just not right. Okay, well, hopefully you're old enough, because this is an 18 and older live. Who did you make feel awful? Right there with you, and I'm not even at 56 yet. Yeah, it's not fun. The older we get, the easier we break. So hopefully you saw the community post, busy lady. Yeah, sometimes weird things upset my stomach that didn't normally mess up my stomach before if I had too much of it. I made a short of my dinner tonight. I tried to eat healthier. Um, I made shrimp and I made broccoli. But I was not expecting the broccoli to be as big. It was like they just tore broccoli apart and threw it in a bag. It wasn't just the crowns. I'm going to have to make sure I just get crowns next time because, don't get me wrong, they were still good, but I'd rather have crowns than large stalks. Yeah, why are you trying to tease that poor girl? Parasites in the ham. We got to watch out for lettuce, and that's supposed to be healthy for us. Nobody eat at Taco Bell. You don't eat much ham these days? I sometimes get lunch meat. Sometimes I use it more for my eggs than I do for a sandwich, but I'll make a sandwich out of it probably it because I usually just get like a half a pound. Yeah, I should have totally chopped the stalks off. If you go back and watch my short and see how big those pieces of broccoli were, it was disturbing. Why you lying, Pink? Pink's like an STD, busy lady. You see them, but you don't want to catch them. Oh, is there really? I thought it was just the lettuce. Please don't. And then slap are you. Next, you're going to degrade bacon. Look at what you did, are you, Yeti? Making busy lady go to the bathroom and throw up? Exactly, cat. Bacon for life. I don't care if it becomes poisonous. I'll take that risk. At least I'll die happy. You know, lately, yeah, it seems like a lot of stuff has been going kind of bad where you got to watch out for it. But I forgot who it was. I was watching somebody today and they were talking about the parasites on lettuce and they're like, it's still in the store. No warning. Okay, Pink. Pokes are you in the left eye? I'm more mad because my local store changed up the awesome salads they used to have. Now it comes pre-made and pre-packed, and I wouldn't touch it with the 10-foot pole. At least when they were doing it before, the people were chopping up the lettuce and then throwing the stuff in depending on what you wanted. I like their, oh my god, it had like breaded chicken tenders, it had corn, and it had black olives, and it had lettuce, and it had cheddar cheese. And then I would throw bacon on top of it because bacon. And that was really a good one. I forget what it was called, but yeah, now it's just horrible. I didn't grow up with siblings, so I bullied people on the YouTube. That sounds just like Pink. Pink, are you the only child? My stuff doesn't come pre-packed. You know that I buy black market. You buy the pre-packed dirt weed. You and your brown Julio weed. Yeah, it was a really good salad, busy lady. I'm so sad that they stopped making it. Right? Soon we won't be able to eat anything unless we raise it ourselves. Cardi, it is way too late for you to be barking. Yeah, you're lucky on this one, Pink. She likes picking on our you. I say stop telling him what you're going to eat because he's going to come up with something else now about beans. Never say can't. Yeah, that's a no-no word. Telling me don't, can't. It's probably why I'm so stubborn. Oh, my Lord, Pink. You are a diva. Is it a slow night for you tonight, Pink? You have, busy lady. Challenge accepted. Oh my god. You're such a dork. And if you're going to spam my chat, at least use the spam emoji. I don't bully tacos. Oh, Lord. Pink is definitely an interesting person. We'll just leave it at that. Only sausage. Good comeback, busy lady. Good comeback. Uh-oh. What are you going to say about sausage now, Yeti? Because I was thinking about having Italian sausage with pasta tomorrow. Busy lady. Oh, my Lord. So does my cigarettes, so there is that. But I think I'm going to try not smoking. Because I can't seem to cut this cough. And I know the smoking is not helping it. So we're going to see how interesting things get. I'm just terrified of swelling up like a balloon. Because I totally can replace food with cigarettes. So I think my next shopping trip, I'm going to have to buy a lot of trail mix. That way, if I decide to snack, at least it's good snacking. Dehydrated fruit. My ex used to call that my space food. Yeah, do you use butter, are you? Because if you tell me you use margarine, I'm dead. Oh, wait, no, he uses a lot of, isn't it coconut oil? Was it you who was talking about coconut? Yeah. I've never tried it to cook with. I use it to give to my animals once a week, and then I put it in my hair. I think that's why my hair's growing so long. I use olive oil and virgin olive oil, but I know probably the coconut oil is better than the olive oil I use. I don't use vegetable oil or corn oil or Crisco. Yeah, it's supposed to be really good for animals if you give it to them sparingly for their coats and stuff like that. Even putting it on their paws if they over obsess and lick their paws, because they can get yeast infections in their paws if they have it in their ears. I had a girlfriend who had a dog that had that problem. She had to end up getting them allergy shots, but was the best thing she did for him because he stopped licking his paws raw. So says a person who nobody's ever seen. Doctor, are you? This is not AI. Oh my god, I couldn't even watch him, are you? So I give you a lot of credit. The fact that he backs RFK, something's wrong with that doctor. Ooh, I'm sorry, Papa. Madam, too late to be loud. Go eat. Pink has stalker tendencies. You were hoping you were going to get famous. He's not that kind of a stalker. That's okay, Sally. Have a good day. Enjoy your talk with your daughter. I always said I wanted to get famous so I could beat the hell out of Courtney Love and get away with it. Because it seems like if you have money, you get away with things. As a normal person, I would just be arrested and locked up in a mental ward or something. So, no thank you. Hey, goals. You know, some people want to be famous for the money. I just want to beat the shit out of somebody. You know. I still don't know how that crackhead ended up getting a crack at Ed Norton. That guy is stupid hot. It's like, what damage did you need in your life? Oh my. You were in a commercial that ran for 3 years? That's pretty cool. I'm in a couple of music videos. Couple for my friends and then one for a band called Queensryche. Now you have to tell us what the commercial is so we can go and see it. I'm curious. Were you a Toys R Us kid, are you? Right? I agree. Some famous people started off as children in commercials. I'm not sure. I think it's a sunscreen. Drew Barrymore, before she was even in E.T., was a Coppertone baby or something like that. They used her likeness. Oh, that's cool. We had this funny commercial here in the 90s for this. I don't know if it was just a local car insurance company. It was called Eagle. And I don't know who they paid to dress up in an eagle costume, but he would lay an egg and he'd be like, I've got something for you. Look up Eagle insurance commercials. They were just not right. That's pretty cool. My more recent video is for a friend of mine. His band's name is Temple of Dome, and you can find it on YouTube. It's called the 10 Joint Challenge. And then my misspent youth, for my friend's AM Taxi videos, I'm in Central Standard Time. And I'm in the crowd in Fed Up. And then the big band, Queensryche, that I mentioned, I just happened to be lucky. They were filming in the venue that I was at, and I happened to be front row. So, I mean, they panned through the front row crowd, so you blink, you missed me. Aw, that's sad, are you? I hope he finds his way out. We lost a very good friend to a drug addiction, and it was horrible. He died in 2012, way too young. But the first thing is they've got to admit that they have a problem and want the help themselves. They can't do it for anybody else but themselves. And I've seen some people come out the other side and be okay. I've seen some other people come out and relapse. I've seen some people never come out. It's not fun. That's why I'm glad that I don't like the heavy narcotics that they gave me. Because I know quite a few people who got into a car accident or hurt themselves and got highly addicted, or even had back surgery and got highly addicted to pain pills. So, prescription meds are a real deal. I don't know, that stuff always kind of scared me. I mean, I've had some rough patches in life, but I wasn't going to add a drug addiction to it. Right, Puppo? We need Puppo treats more than we need drugs. I agree. Plus, your Puppo treats are way cheaper than drugs. Give me the Yeti. Give me the Yeti. Bring him over here. Can I show Yeti your Yeti? Madam, I love you, but you can't be barkies, okay? It's way too late at night. You gotta be nice to the neighbors. Yeah, I've had too many front view shows to certain things that I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I remember when that show Rehab was popular, all I had to do was walk out the front door and walk onto a specific street and I could see real life. You know, it's different when you have a TV as a barrier. So what are you going to do with your weekend, Yeti? Unfortunately, I'm broke as a joke, so I'm not doing nothing. I'm hanging out with the dog. No THC drinks for me this weekend. I'm a little bummed because those things are delicious. I love that I can go into a bar and just drink THC drinks and not wake up all fucked up and feeling like, oh. Yeah, same. We had football today, the Hall of Fame game. I didn't catch who won because I was doing a few things at the time, but Panthers played the Arizona Cardinals. It's preseason, so nothing counts at this point. So it's just good to see what's on the roster because they usually play the people that don't normally get to play. Welcome back, Kat, and you're still number one. I just hate football. It's such a short season. Panthers won. What was the score, Yeti? Normally, I pay for the app NFL, and I pay monthly, and it's like $15, and I get Red Zone and all, and I can cast it to my TV for my phone if I want to, or my tablet. But I have other bills that are more important to pay, and that's going to have to sit on the wayside since it is just, whatchamacallit, preseason. That's okay, I can always look it up later. My best friend laughs at how excited I get at preseason. He's like, it's only preseason. And I'm like, yes, but it's football. May not be the key players, but it's still football. Oh my gosh, how funny. So you're number one in 2 spots. Do you like football, Yeti? Are you a Chiefs fan? I know my girlfriend down in Missouri, she's a huge Chiefs fan. I don't know if my best friend's the only Bears fan living in Kansas. But there he is. I hope to talk to him tomorrow. He does a thing called, on an app called Whatnot. And I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Whatnot, but it's a bunch of auctions and people are usually selling things. He does sports cards. Attaboy, Yeti. So, I'm hoping he's going to tell me that he sold a bunch of cards. It's kind of neat because he buys these mystery boxes and he rips open the pack and he auctions off the cards. Sometimes he puts like the good cards into a pack and be like, okay, I've got this one, and this one. It was funny when we were kids. He'd be ripping open baseball cards, football cards. We both would rip open Garbage Pail Kids because they were Garbage Pail Kids. But as he was doing that and checking the prices of the cards that he just got, depending on what he was opening, I would be sitting there reading the latest comic. He would always laugh at me because I would always buy 2. I would buy one to read and one just stayed in the sleeve because with comic books, your finger oils, how much it's been open, there's all kinds of ways that those get graded. So if I knew it was a good edition, I always made sure that I got one and kept it in its sleeve. He now makes fun of me saying that I showed him what OCD looks like. And I'm like, fuck you. NCAA and NFL play-by-play broadcasting, cool. I can't wait to watch. I was trying to figure out quite a few years back because my best friend always wanted to see certain Bears games and he couldn't because he lived out of the zone. So I tried going live on TikTok, I tried going live on YouTube, and I kept on getting booted because it's licensed. So, but I have seen some people do play-by-plays. There was a guy who was it the Niners report? Because my girlfriend's husband was a huge Niners fan, so I try and keep him up to date because he worked a lot. Tiff, right? I know Pink never hits the like button. See you later. It was good to see you and good luck with your phone. Pink tried saying you sent him, but yet he still doesn't hit that like. So the thing that sucks, Yeti, when I do Riot Fest, is I miss that day of football. I don't find out anything until I walk to the bar that's halfway between the park and the train that I've got to catch. There's this really cool jazz bar called the Watering Hole that I like going to every year. Because when I'm in those situations, I don't get updates from the NFL app because my signal gets jammed. So I'm lucky if I can even send a text message if I have like friends with me and we're trying to find each other. It's gotten a little better through the years, and it depends on how many people are around me. If I don't have that many people around me, I can still kind of send out text messages. But when I get squashed with people, too many cell phones are too close together. Spider-Man's a good comic. X-Men was my favorite. Batman. The Uncanny X-Men. I'm sorry. Deep love for Stan Lee. And then I love Spawn by Todd McFarlane. I got to meet one of the creators of Deadpool at Comic-Con in 2018. Really cool guy. And I don't know how many of you old heads in here remember Run DMC. Well, Daryl, he writes comics, and so does RZA from Wu-Tang Clan. I have a Wu-Tang Clan comic that I bought in 2020. Don't know what's in it because I've never opened it. I only bought one of them. I was a comic book nerd before it was cool to like Marvel and Batman and all that. Dude, I was tweaking when I was standing in front of him. I'm like, I already knew he was a comic book nerd, but seeing him at that convention, I was like, you have brought me so much joy with your music and your love of comics. I have pictures of the day that I saw him. I think I took one with him. It was a trip. Okay, Kat, we'll see you when you get back. She came and left, Pink, and she chastised you for not hitting the like button. You probably hit the dislike. So it was pretty cool to get to meet him in person. I wouldn't trade in being a comic book nerd for anything in the world. Originally, the ideas with my tattoos were comic book themed. I was going to go down one arm and do Batman, and the other arm I was going to do Sin City. But it turned out to be music. So, and I found out that my body, well, my skin does not like white. So, we were talking before in a live about how I want to do a specific Joker. And that's a lot of white. I mean, he could like shade it and whatever, but it still wouldn't be true, authentic Joker that I want. And then there was one. I think it's just you and me, Eddie. Pink hopped in to say hi to Tiff. Cat left us. I don't know if busy lady's throwing up somewhere. Sally Stanley had to go. So what do you think of the Riot Fest lineup? Who would you go and see if you had to pick? I am in such a pickle. I know I'm screwed on Saturday, I want to say, because of Tool. There's a couple of bands I want to see that are playing at the end of the night or on the same time, but I'm not leaving Tool. The fact that I get to be front row and not have to pay an obscene amount of money for it. Side Adam Jones. And I think Friday, too, I'm a little bit screwed. But for the most part, Saturday, I'm staying at the same stage for hours. Oh, Lord, Pink. I told you, use the spam emoji. It's just lame when you keep on dropping dots. I think you need a man pond. Yeah, I'm really... That's probably the second biggest band that they've had there. They've had the Foo Fighters. I don't know if you looked at my comic. Back to you. I explained how it started and how it ended up to what it is today. Every year it gets a little bit bigger. But yeah, there's a lot of bands, so it's well worth the $600 or the $500 that I paid for that whole weekend. I like Pennywise. Do you know who the Sex Pistols are? Are you? Because they're actually going to be there Friday, but they're not going to be there with their original lead singer. They have somebody else singing. I kind of want to check it out. Just, okay, so you know who Johnny Rotten is. So he also formed, after he left the Sex Pistols, he formed a band called PIL, Public Image Limited. And he's going to be there Saturday. So Saturday, I get to see him, I get to see Mike Ness, and then I get to see Tool. So that's going to be really fucking interesting. Johnny Rotten, Mike Ness of Social Distortion, and fucking Maynard from Tool. All different realms of music. The fact, you gotta kind of wonder how Mike Ness and Maynard and the guys are gonna all feel that they got to share the same stage with Johnny Rotten. I know Guar's gonna be there and I need to get blood on my Suicidal Tendencies hat so it will be normal again. Long story short, I was wearing that at the year that Suicidal Tendency came, and I was front row to Guar, and it was all, my Suicidal Tendency hat was all splattered with blood. And through the years, it stayed. And because it's not real blood, I don't know what the fuck they use. I'm assuming corn syrup and dye, whatever. They use a lot of it. So last year somebody stole that hat. So the one that you saw the short on, that's the newer one. I bought it from the Suicidal Tendencies merch. They're usually there all the time, but what's really funny is there used to be a spot where they had a backstage, and that's usually where they kept them because of all the blood and shit. But lately, they've been playing on the bigger stages, and the fact that they're closing out a stage this year, that's like huge for them. Are you okay, Papa? Are you just listening to the music? Guar is always an interesting show. I'm sure they'll be doing something with Donald Trump. But if I remember correctly, that's Saturday, so I'm kind of screwed. I'm not leaving Tool. Hell, I want to be side stage when Social D plays. I just want an opportunity to go up to Mike Ness and tell him how happy that I am that he beat cancer. And the fact that he's a chi dad. He has chihuahuas. I fucking love it. Coolest guy in fucking punk rock. Yeah, Guar really is funny. It is sad, though, that the original leader passed away. But I love how he went out. He went out in a Viking funeral. They burned his body on water. It was a whole thing. Yeah, it's Friday night, so I'm not surprised. But thank you for coming back, and you're still number one. Or you may be taking it if he had his top fans points on. Have you ever been to a Guar show, Yeti? Too shy, Gracie. How are the other cats? Were you able to gain the trust of the others? Yeah, Guar's an interesting show. I love taking people and not explaining why I'm wearing a white t-shirt. I did that to a friend like about 10 years ago, and they were like, what the fuck? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, cat. Oh, it's a boy. My guess would be malnutrition, not eating. When they're that little, they don't know how to survive on their own too well. It's never a good day. The people across the hall from me, their dog just had puppies and a couple of them didn't make it. But she had a lot of puppies. They were quite surprised. I do not envy them at all at this moment. I've done puppies 3 times. Not fun. And I hope Cardi would never have puppies because somebody told me that when they're chihuahuas, even though they don't have that many, They need C-sections to have theirs because they're such a small animal. I don't know if it would kill them or if it would hurt them worse than a regular dog, but no puppies for Cardi. No puppos for Cardi. Only Cardi. Yes, ma'am. Only Cardi, even though you're in love with Lorenzo. Yeah, he has a whole name, doesn't he? Lorenzo looks just like Cardi. Get your Puppo twin. Get your Puppo twin. Hey, mamas. She's like, I didn't want you to throw it on the bed. Well, bring it over here. I'll throw it. You want me to throw it off the bed? She may have left again. You got lost? Well, now you're found, busy lady. Welcome back. Give me the Yeti. Give me the Yeti. Yeah, maybe something was just wrong with the kitty. Sometimes there are. This is your base. This is home. She flipped out. That was the favorite one. Oh my God, Yeti. Just when she came back, you had to start terrorizing her. Was Mom meowing at you? Was she chasing you? I will see you in hell. Tonight, we dine in hell. So are all the cats still in the yard, Cat? Or in the same spot? Or did Mom get pissed off once you took her lightest orange one? Who's Dana? And what is her lives usually? Is it the same like me where she's talking, or does she do games like Busy? Door dashing? One of my friends used to do that, take us with, and while they were door dashing. It's interesting. You think that it's like a quick buck, but sometimes people don't tip you, and sometimes you're driving really far out. My girlfriend who was doing the door dashing thing live, she was in California. So you're just riding around with her while she's outdoor dashing? God bless her if she's on long. Ooh, drama. Since Adam has left, it has gotten boring. Despite Pink being a pain in the ass, Pink can make the chat interesting sometimes when he's not raging against the machine. And it is sad sometimes when people pass away. She's like, you already got my orange one. You're not getting my others. And then that happens sometimes. There is a misunderstanding and... Oh, that's not nice. I mean, I'm used to Pink being abusive, so... But I've known Pink for a while, so I'm just used to it. What, because you still supported her? Is that why he stopped going to your lives too? Sometimes people make dumb choices. Hmm. Men are so immature at old age. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, sometimes you get those rogue mods that start blocking all your people, and that's happened at a couple of lives that I've seen, where somebody's a managing mod and then starts erasing people from the channel because they don't like them or whatever. It's weird. It's like we're not in grade school anymore, kiddies. Oh, was that what they were doing? Yeah. I mean, sometimes people come in to troll. I mean, trolls are gonna troll. It's kind of funny. Usually, in chat, I am a mod for my friend Duper Trooper, and sometimes it's filled with nothing but trolls. And he's giving me free liberty to, you know, do whatever I have to do. But for the most part, it's usually stupid stuff. It's when they start getting personal and putting his address on there, and that's when they get the heave-ho. Because he doesn't care that people know his name, but they don't have to know where he lives. And we think 9 out of 10 times it's cops that are doing it. So there is that. Oh Lord, Cumsock has come into the chat. Uh-oh. How did that happen, Kat? Because you're still #1 here. Was it jealousy? Did he like her? And if people showed interest in her, he would just zap them? Or was it things that they were saying? Okay. Because sometimes it's that they have a crush on the person and they just start acting weird. Cumsock, you're gray. You're vulnerable. Is Tweaker Scooter Girl gonna get you? Rent a Center? Pink Taco? Yeah, that's not cool for them to try and tell you how to run your channel. That's not cool at all. And then alienating your fan base. We all make mistakes, so you think that you're putting somebody in that position, and it's a good thing. There was this one guy that Cumsock could back up. Oh, what was he called first? He was called LVA, and then he changed his name to Rick the Dick, but we turned it around to Dick and Rick. He was known to do stupid stuff like that. Not be bossy, but just time people out stupidly. Cumsock, didn't he like time out a lot of people in one person's channel and got his wrench taken away? So it's just a YouTube thing, you know? I mean... Oh, now you're not going to say anything, huh, Comsock? I'm being nice. I asked a legit question. You're the one who remembers all that shit. And then there was this other channel that I watched where some lady was a mod and she's just weird. She timed out a lot of women in his chat because she felt threatened. It's like, what's wrong with you? Because if you're a standard mod, and even the person running the channel, when they look down at their chat, they see who timed that person out. With the handle. The Savage Puppo sleeps. I see you, mommy. I see you. Right, you know, so I mean, it's just stupid because then all of a sudden the person from the channel is like, what the hell's going on? Why are you timing out all these people? Oh, okay. I was like, who has a big liquor bottle? Did I miss something? Sorry, that's where my I forget handle name. Yeah. I get you now. And then there's some channels that are so big that you have to pay for a wrench. Like your membership gets you a wrench. I just make you people all blue to keep you safe from pink. Yeah, not everybody. I've been to a few channels where you have to pay for your wrench. Pink goes into almost every chat, and if he's not gray, or if he's gray, he's like, where's my wrench? Give me a wrench. I could care less. I mean, I like going to channels, and it's amazing when somebody makes me a mod on a bigger channel because that's cool that you think of me that way. But, yeah. There's some people that go to so many different channels, and it's like, how can you divide all your time up? Right, Yeti? There's quite a few that I do. Bring it over here. Bring it over here. I'll throw it for you, man. Bring it over here. She's like a lawn dart. Well, bring it over here. I can't reach it from there. If you want me to throw it, you got to bring it over to me. Bring it over. No. No barkies. Bring me Yeti. Come on. Bring him over here. She's so violent. Oh, you want to play tug of war? Don't call my dog a rat, Pink. Well, that's a good thing. I have some trolls come in here and go, Mom, and I know they're not my kids, so. You still have no mods for your channel? You have haters, Cat? Definitely, I would love to protect you. Because that's not cool. I'm sorry you have haters. Life is too short to be that petty. I mean, I always find it weird that if people don't like you, that they'll go to your channel and talk shit to you. Doesn't make sense. If I don't like somebody, I just stop going to their channel. You know? Ow, 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 ow. 100%, but we can't protect you from Christine. That's an in real life troll that we can't help you with. You live with a jelly person? Now, when you say jelly, I'm assuming jealous? Because that's my terminology when I say somebody's jelly. We can only help you so much, Yeti. We don't have a backup battery. We don't have a plug to give to you. If we were there, we probably would. But being on this side of the phone... Hi, Belk. Hey, we were the only ones staying on just to make sure you were still alive. We were worried you were Buffalo Billed. Bill! Okay, did you change your name? I know you said you wanted to. Woohoo, you figured it out. You were so annoyed you can figure it out. You got lost in thought. It was so funny. The live ended, and we probably stayed for a good, like, what, 40 minutes? All talking amongst each other, hoping you would come back. That was one of the funniest fun live, no live ever. It was. And we all had fun. See, Yeti, you're bringing people together. That's okay. It happens. Your phone died. It was being hijacked by a very loud girl. I'm just glad that you got your phone back at the end of the evening. Because she was dropping that shit all over the place. Not going to even lie. Hope you had an OtterBox. It was. We amused ourselves. Bill came to bring the party. By a very loud girl. Dude, if you brought her home, Yeti, neighbors down the block would have heard her at your front door. Nancy! So the knee is getting better, but my calf really hurts. I don't know what that's about. I go back to the doctor this coming up week, so we'll see what he says. I haven't really been taking any pain medications because the knee hasn't been hurting, and the calf only hurts if I touch it. So I just don't touch it. I've had better days. I got to figure a few things out, but I will get them figured out and hopefully back to normal soon. Like, oh my God. Yeah, she could have started her own live. But it seems like all her friends were busy karaokeing. So there is that. How are you doing, Nancy? Valley girl. Gag me with a spoon. Wasn't that like Nick Cage's, like, one of his first few movies or something? Valley Girl? Ooh, I love to color. I would sometimes sit with my niece and nephew and have an excuse to color. Yeah, I remember it had to have been like his first movie. The fact that he goes by Nick Cage because he didn't want anybody to know that he was related to Francis Ford Coppola, that's his uncle. I think that's pretty cool that he broke into the movie scene just trying to be recognized as himself. And he's a huge actor. He's been in a lot of shit since then. Raising Arizona was pretty funny. Yeah, Frank Zappa's daughter. I forgot she's in that. I was always partial to Dweezil. I mean, he was kind of dreamy. He still kind of is for an old guy. At one point, he used to date the girl who sang that song, Stay, in the 90s, that you say, or I only hear what I want to. She was a cute little girl with nerdy glasses. Lisa Loeb. They dated for a while, and then they had a cooking show on Food Network, and then I don't think it panned out, and they stopped doing the show. Aw, so sweet. Thank you, Nancy McMonarch. Hope you have a good weekend and Friday too. Mine will be hanging at home. Oh my God, that movie was so funny. Yeah, she used to date Dweezil Zappa. I thought that that was the coolest pairing ever. But this was years ago. I'd have to say, God, at least a good 20 years ago. Because it was well after she was popular in the 90s. Yeah, I heard. Yeah, no, I heard that he had had a stroke. I was just listening to something on him and how he started and came into music. I found this one documentary channel that, oh my God. It's an English guy, so if you don't like listening to English people talk, it might annoy you. But the guy does great documentaries. I watched a great documentary on Henry Rollins, on um, Jello, on Guar. The Guar one was the best title ever, about something like the human story, because they say that they come from outer space. You'll be back. I look forward to Dementia Bill. I get to meet new people every day. That's why the drummer of Primus left. I don't think he had a stroke, but he had a heart issue that he had to have surgery on his heart, and he still continued to tour with Primus, but I guess it got to be too much, and he just wanted to live out what time he has left with his wife and not be on the road so much, because Primus is always on the road doing something. Les Claypool is a very busy man. I get to see Mike Ness of Social Distortion very soon. I'm very excited because that man, oh, what a dreamboat. He had throat cancer. So, and it wasn't looking good there for a minute, and he beat it and put out a whole new album. Talk about new lease on life. Right? He is just everything. He's still hot as an old man. I'm gonna see if I can manage. Oh, I forget I can't do that one. I'm gonna see if I can try and get side stage to that. If not side stage, front row. You forget she's my age. We talk different, lol. We're close. Yeah, me and my girlfriend Katie both collectively agree we still love Mike Ness. It's hard to pick an era where that man was not hot. And the fact that he still wears chucks and just a down to earth punk. I love it. And the fact that he's a chi dad. When he was writing this album, I follow him on Instagram. He would pop up stuff every so often, and he was in his studio and he had a couple of chihuahuas. I'm like, oh my God, I love you more. I even showed my dog. I'm like, look, Cardi, Mike Ness is a chi dad. 420 because that's what's up. How are things in California, my love? How is air cooled? Oh my God, AOL chat rooms were like toxicity. $13 years. Mr. Florida. Perverted chance. I love how you said that. Oh my God, my ex would get so mad at me. I would be in all these different chat rooms. He's like, are you ever going to go to bed? And I'm like, no. And I would tell him what was going on, and then he'd get invested. Well, I'm glad that you decided to come and hang out with us a little bit, 420. You have to be exhausted. It can be at times, busy lady. Especially when Pink enters the chat. Pay no attention to his love for coat hangers. It was so funny because my ex would get mad that I would talk that way. And I'm like, dude, you guys talk that way all the time. He's like, yeah, but we're guys. And I'm like, and? Well, it's just weird hearing you say some of the things you say. Awesome Dawson. There's this one Facebook page that I created to test the boundaries of Facebook. It's called Teddy Ruxy. I've been locked out of it for years, but the pictures that are on that Facebook, if any of you guys remember Teddy Ruxpin, very wrong things were done to that bear. It was pretty funny, though. And I still say that Seth MacFarlane, is that the guy who writes Family Guy, who wrote the movie Ted? I came up with the idea before that movie came out. So pretty much the same scenario of what you saw in the movie Ted. We were doing weird shit with them. There is one picture, if it's still on there, where Teddy Ruxpin has anal beads in his mouth. Yeah, it got very wrong quickly. I was thinking all downstairs. Well, I gave up most of my teens and my 20s and my early 30s to one person, my children's father. So after him, I stayed with the guy for a while. And that turned into such a shit show. I ended up leaving him for an 8-pound chihuahua. Best decision ever. He wouldn't have survived 2020. And I'd be on death row. So there is that. Instead of a child, yes, get another chi. We're too old for running around for children. I love my niece and nephew. I love that my girlfriend's finally had children. But oh my God, I couldn't imagine doing what she's doing right now. Nancy, when I go to the bar, I have like fucking like anywhere from about 25 to about 35-year olds trying to take me home. And I'm like, I have children your age. No, thank you. And I'm not talking Pokemon. Yeah, my boys are in their 30s, so I'm not coming back and telling my kiddos, meet your new stepdaddy, and they're the same age. That would be too awkward. Yes and no. It's kind of irritating because I'm not looking for that kind of an experience, I guess. And the younger generation is a lot more weirder than I'm used to, so the last person I got a chance to tell that I loved and wholeheartedly meant it and still do to this day, just a different level. I went out on a good note. And it's not that I'm forever giving up on dating, but the gene pool is very small now. And there's certain things I'm just not going to tolerate in life. My last boyfriend, I'm actually surprised I tolerated the shit that I tolerated with him because he was a lot like my dad with the drinking and stuff. So, how I ended up with him, I don't know. And it's not like I never wanted to be married. I watched my parents tear each other apart, so marriage isn't a big thing for me. I mean, if it happens, it happens eventually down the line, but if it hasn't happened at this point, I'm pretty sure I'm good at this point. Would it be nice to have somebody to hang out with and go to shows with and have somebody to talk to on a consistency? Kind of, but, I mean, there's the flip end of the coin where it's not the greatest relationship and you're miserable. That was my last relationship. Yeah. They would call you a cradle robber. That was my baby daddy. There was very few men that I ever dated that was close to my age. I couldn't stand people close to my age. I dated this one guy because he kind of resembled Kurt Cobain, and that guy was such a train wreck. My best friend had to scare him away. But I'm glad he did, because then years later I got to see what he looked like on Facebook, and it was like, wow, I really dodged that bullet. So my girlfriend, her husband tells people that she's a cradle robber because he's younger than her, only by a couple of years, but it's not a huge age difference. She's like, knock it off, you're only a couple of years younger. What's fucked up is like when there's a huge age difference. My parents had a huge age difference. It was weird. And my one of my sisters, when she was in her early 30s, bring me Eddie. When she was in her early 30s, she married a 60-year-old. So, 4 years younger than you. See, that's not a bad age range. It's more weird when it's like huge age difference where you're like, okay, either that man has a huge one or he has a lot of money. There's no in between there. She was a stalker. That's funny. Meet my wife, aka my stalker. Talk about Stockholm Syndrome being taken way too far. Crutches are hot. They are not. They are not fun. I barely used mine. They gave them to me and I was like, yeah, no, I'm not doing this. I'll hobble around before I use those fucking things. Oh my God. To have such a good profession and then be like, yeah, no, I'd rather stay home and game. Your stalker you strapped to your motorcycle? Well, I definitely got a scraped up elbow. No burn. But a little road rash. Yeah, I hate crutches. I'm glad that I don't have to. I mean, I'm hobbling still, but it's less because of the knee and more because of the calf. I've never been motivated to stalk anyone. There were a couple of girls interested in my children's father back in the day before we started dating, and one of the girls, when we started dating, he told me that she used to call me his stalker. I'm like, okay, I guess. Oh, you strapped your crutches to your motorcycle. Weirdo, immature house guests, yeah. When they're that young, it's usually... I know some 30-year-olds that still act like they're that age. The bar I was working at, oh dear Lord Jesus. I have to say though, one of them, I don't remember if it was his Snapchat or if it was another customer's. I think it was another customer's. So one night after doing a lot of drugs and drinking heavily, they went back to somebody's house. I don't know whose house it was. All I see is this guy turn around. And I don't know if you guys have ever seen mechanic gloves, but they're pretty much like doctor gloves. But mechanic gloves are just black. They're not blue or purple. So he's got these mechanic gloves and he's spread out his sack. Yes, you heard me right. He took his sack and put it on a lawn chair. And then you saw somebody else come with a staple gun. Not just a stapler, yes, a staple gun. industrial sized staples. I don't know where he thought this was a good idea, but the person proceeds to staple his nuts to that chair. The video ended with him looking up at the camera going, "How do we get it off? How do we get it off? How do we get it off?" And it cuts off. Yeah. They're in their 30s. Ooh, that's horrible when they try to choose false valor. I have one here, but it wouldn't help you there, busy lady. Hold on, Bill. I don't know if I saw what you said. Oh, last thing you said was about your crutches. Just want to make sure I didn't miss something. Right? Are you, Yeti? I don't know if this kid's trying to take over Steve-O, but yeah, he's an interesting character. I had to take him off my Snapchat when I moved out of there because I don't want him to know where I'm at. He's a weird kid. I don't know if Hoagie is his last name or if it's a nickname, but his first name's Eric. I have him up on my shorts probably a good 2 years ago. My girlfriend's husband's friend was trying to start a punk rock karaoke night over at where I worked. So me and my girlfriend went just to see what he would play and what he had. And the first time I met this kid, Eric Hoagie, he's belting out the Sex Pistols version of My Way, Frank Sinatra. And he's doing it shirtless and shoeless. And with his long hair, he kind of looked like a mini Chris Cornell. What the heck? Oh no, that would not go. I may have scared Kat with the ball story. To a degree, yes. My friends laugh at me when I tell them that my the person that I date has to look like a serial killer. I don't mean that they have to be ugly or anything, just that they know how to handle a situation if it arises. I'm a lot more calmer in my younger years than I was before, but guys do weird things. Like one time, I was at a friend's show, and I was hanging out with my girlfriend who I was staying with, and I was dressed really cute. I had this cute corset on. If I remember correctly, it was wintertime, so I probably was wearing jeans. I don't remember what else I was wearing. But this guy came out of the bathroom and decided to come up and grab my boobs. I scared the shit out of my girlfriend and our friend in the band because I grabbed him and backed him up against the wall and asked him what the fuck he thought he was doing. At that point, the friend from the band went to go and get security. Not for me, for him. But yeah, guys are weird sometimes out in public. Yeah, you don't just go up and grab girls. That's not cool. That guy was lucky it was me and not a guy, because a guy probably would have beaten the shit out of him. I mean, just because I dress in a corset does not mean, hey, come here, boy. That's for my own personal amusement. That's because I feel good that I can still dress like that and look good. Though in older years, I don't know. Things have kind of gotten a little sideways. I think somebody in my more recent live pointed out that I have cake. And if you don't know the terminology, it means I've got a nice ass, I guess. Or I've got a big ass. I can't, nice or big, I can't disagree with that. I may think weird shit, but not do weird shit. Yeah, some things are beyond my knowledge that I don't want to know about. And if that means it ends my sex life, I'm okay with it. I am not about to go where no man has gone before. Or no woman, I guess you would say in my situation. I mean, stuff was weird enough before, but now it's really gotten weird. And we'd already expressed about the Tinder situation. It's weird when I'm back at home and I see my girlfriend's husbands and or boyfriends on there, and it's like, no. I have to go and look for a job. So, mainly look for a job until somebody says you're hired. You're trying to work up the courage to go swimming in a local pool. My first experiences was going to the public pool in our town. It was nicer having our own, but my ex used to yell at me back then because of the bikinis that I would wear. What are you doing wearing that around my friends? And I'm like, well, tell them not to look. I'm here to hanging out with your sisters and mom. I'm not paying attention to what the fuck they're looking at. Ooh, ouch, Bill. The last time I was at a public pool was probably about 2 years ago. We took the babies to a public pool. No, it makes total sense. I have a friend like that. And she had an aunt who didn't leave home for like 20 years. So, ooh, good luck with that, are you, Yeti? That would have to be a hard job to work, seeing people in different arrays of dealing with mental health. I mean, sometimes it's just a normal person, but there's a lot of people in those places. I agree. Exciting but dangerous. Me, kind of exciting and dangerous. Bartending. I've already been warned by my friend where not to go. So, even at this point, I don't care, bartender, server, where I'm making tips. Yeah, that's got to be a tough gig. You see people at their worst and very in sick positions where you might sometimes be put in danger. Just the tip. I mean, the sad part is they probably go through so many people that the pay is good because it's hard for them to get somebody to stay. I've never personally been in a mental institution, but one of my siblings was. And we went to go and visit her, and one place was not so nice. The other place was really nice that she was at, but the first place she was in was absolute, what a nightmare. You have a good night, Nancy. I hope that if you decide to go that you have a lot of fun. I'm glad you came in and asked about my knee and asked how I was doing. One of my girlfriends, the one who lives down in Missouri, her husband drives for, oh my God, I don't remember if it's liquor or soda, but it's one of the two. So he does deliveries and stuff like that. And I bet that's good money. Do you make decent money on the door dashing? Because, I mean, a couple of people that live here, they said that sometimes they have luck, sometimes they don't, and sometimes they're sent pretty far. One lady tried doing it because they were giving her a deal on the car, but she wasn't making nearly even close to what she needed to keep on doing it. And I don't know, I know people do Uber and stuff, but I don't know if I would be comfortable. There would be certain areas I probably wouldn't go into because I'd be terrified to. And the sad part is they don't know where you're going until you get in the car. When I lived up north, I asked them because we were so close to the border if they ever got fares that told them they were going into Wisconsin and how far they had to go into Wisconsin. Living here, I've gotten random people, sometimes from the city. A long time ago, I got a guy that was on the border of Indiana. I don't even know how he was out here, but yeah. And then if you're picking up people from a bar, they're puking or they're loud or $26 is a lot of money, but yeah. Then you got to sit there and look, is it worth it? Because, you know, I mean, you're going to have to probably break up some fights or something. And, I mean, you're putting your life kind of in danger as if you were a police officer. But you're dealing with people who are dealing with mental health issues. You're just jumping out of the pan and into the fire. We're talking crazy people out in public in general. And I think I have to contact my boss in the morning and tell him I don't think my check is right. It's all kind of screwed up here with how I've been waiting for my pay, and I can't look at my paycheck stubs because the app that he had me download I can't get into. I don't know what this check was, which pay period, when it began, when it started. So my last check was way more than what this is, and it doesn't seem right. I was expecting about the same kind of check. But I have been in a haze with medication, so it's kind of hard. All I know is I can go by the day that I got hurt by the medication that I had a bottle of pills to, because I don't even remember what day I originally got hurt. I mean, you could. You could see how it is. I mean, only you know what's best for you and what you can handle. I'm sure with that $26 an hour, they offer you a good insurance package and what have you. May I help you, ma'am? Mm-hmm. I see you. Come here. Come here. Come here, mamas. I see you. I see you. Come here. Hi, my babies. Hi, my babies. Where's your Yeti? You want Mama to throw Yeti? I'll bring it over here. Bring it over here, man. You're the only one in their chat? Hazard of the trade of going live so late. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with feeling it out. You know, maybe just have something in the back of your mind, you know, maybe apply somewhere else just in case that week doesn't go so great. I don't know, mental health facilities, old people's home. There's a gentleman who lives here that works in an elderly place, and I could never work there because you get attached to people and then they pass away. You know? I like your games. I think it's cool. Tomato, tomato. I wish it was ADP. No, it is not. It's some weird app. ADP is a lot easier to use. Yeah, the Wheel of Fortune was really cool. I agree, Yeti. At first, I thought we were watching the TV show. That's how realistic it looks. Yeah, no, ADP would be a lot more easier. It's something else. I forget, Proliant or something like that. And I've even tried resetting my password and my username and stuff like that, and I still can't get in. I get an email telling me that my check stub's ready to be viewed, but I can't get in to view it. And I'm not the only one that seems to have problems with my paycheck not being right, because I've heard others in the past. But it just takes forever for them to pay you. I had to wait a month before my first paycheck because they tried saying I gave them the wrong account and routing number, and I know I didn't. Yeah, I'm sure it does take a lot longer. It's a popular show for many years, so I'm sure that in Jeopardy would be huge. That would be cool. Sorry, it requires more thinking. Yeti. Be nice. Yeah, it's really fun. She does games and stuff. And like I was telling her earlier, I might be sleeping when she goes live sometimes, but when I see the notification, I always go back and watch it. But the legwork. Bill recently uploaded some more shorts. So you got to the 50, right, Bill? If I remember correctly, Kat and me were celebrating you finally hitting 50. So now you get to be part of the live club, I think, now. I think they drastically dropped it to where you only need like 50 subs. I've done that, where I've woken up and thought it was a day that it was not. Nice! Congratulations, Bill. 440 today? That's awesome, Yeti. The world needs to know where Yeti and Bill. And it's totally up to you, whatever you want to live stream. I see that you like golf. Depending on how annoyed your friends may be of you going live while you guys are out on the links. I don't know much about golf, Bill. I was learning the last like year and a half. I'm still kind of confused. So sometimes they'll just give you a copyright. And a copyright isn't a strike. Or you'll get a notification telling you a certain song cannot be played and that you have to edit it out or take the video down. You know what? Howard County keeps on saying that he's been unsubscribed from my channel a couple of times. And yeah, they do. Yeah, I sometimes get copyright. Hey, Yeti, do you know who Danzig or Misfits are? More Danzig. Could be that too. But they still copyright me and I'm not monetized. And what I'm about to tell you happened to me twice. I wasn't monetized either. So you can still get strikes and copyright. I can never be monetized because of all the music I put up. I tried monetizing and they told me that I would have to take off all my concert footage. And I was like, nope, I'm okay not being monetized. I guess I'm lucky that I listen to a lot of punk. The pop punk sometimes gets pinged, but not the, like, true punk stuff. Some of that stuff isn't owned by a music company where they can come after me. You should be at 700 by now. Did you lose some? That's why I played this music in the background, because I had to look for non-copyright strikes. Because every so often I would sometimes play music I liked, and they'd tell me I'd have to remove a song because it was owned by Sony or EMI or something like that. Yeah, it's kind of a give or take on depending on what songs they're playing. That sucks, cat. I've had friends who've had their channels taken away with a lot of money owed to them by YouTube because they were monetized channels. Pink gets put in and out of YouTube jail a lot. Aw, that's so sweet of you, busy lady. Are we surprised? Not at all. You've heard that, boy. It is. Because I don't know where my battery is. Oh, okay, I'm still good. Okay, sorry, Papa. Carry on. I don't know. I don't know if it's that because I know YouTube, once they pick up that a channel is a bot, I know that could be zapped. But if you know the person wasn't, like I know Howard County isn't a bot. Why he got unsubbed, I don't know. And you never answered me, Yeti. Do you know who Danzig is? My phone won't let me go horizontally. I have tried many times. It doesn't work. Ever since they changed it a little, it won't go horizontal for me. Yes. So, my girlfriend wasn't able to go one year to Riot Fest, and Danzig was going to be there, and she loves that song, Mother. So I'm like, don't worry, I got you, girl. I will film it. I will throw it up on my YouTube channel because I knew she followed me. And I'm like, and even if I don't throw it, or if it doesn't go up there, I'll throw it up on my Instagram because she was on my Instagram as well. She's like, I love you, thank you. So that was my first copyright strike, personally by Glenn Danzig. He personally banned my Mother video. My friend was upset on the side stage and told me that him and the guitar player were kind of getting into it on stage. We can't hear certain things and out in the crowd. And he was up on the side stage and said that they were fighting about something. So I don't know if I caught something, and he was like, yeah, I don't want that up there. So got my first strike from Glenn Danzig and my second strike from Glenn Danzig. When he came, I think it was like 2 years later, I did a live with the Misfits. And yeah. The first time I thought it was hilarious. The second time I'm like, I'm a fucking fan. How are you going to do this to a fan? So the first copyright strike, I was like, I was honored. I framed that shit and hung it up on my wall. Glenn Danzig knew who I was for 2 seconds in my life. Ooh, Rush. I like Rush. Yeah, so Glenn Danzig personally had it out for me. So I just stopped filming him. Because I I hear you can get 3 strikes and then they take your channel, but I don't know if it's 3 strikes in a year because it has been years since the last strike. One time I was doing a live and one of the Marvel movies was on in the background at the bar. It didn't have the sound, it just had the damn picture. I didn't get stricken, but they cut off my live. And then they turned around and told me to remove that content. So I just deleted the live. I was like, I'm not going all the way through to delete that. Because there was many times that I was walking over by the TV. Do you want me to poke your right eye? You got removed for one violation? I've only gotten strikes. I've never been removed. I got removed off of Twitch because of my name. They didn't like the fact that I was Sugar Tits. Now I'm felony left nostril, so go figure. He's gonna be blind. He's gonna need a dog. So YouTube took you off or the channel booted you? Because if you get booted from a channel, you're just booted from the channel. Yeti with the monkey with no eyes. They nuked you, huh? Yeah, that's what I mean by Pink being put in YouTube jail. Sometimes he gets put in YouTube jail where he can't get on YouTube for a while. You want to DoorDash a pencil sharpener and markers. I've had a couple of things DoorDashed where I'm like, yeah, I need this now. But it's way too late, and I think all the stores are closed. It's like almost 3 o'clock in the morning here. The only thing open is convenience stores and gas stations. Ooh, that sucks. Well, whatever you said about Whoopi, don't say it again. Because we don't want to lose you, Bill. I'm surprised some of the things I say on comments haven't gotten me booted. But because now it's just such a wild circus and who owns what. We don't have 24-hour McDonald's. I think they close like before midnight around by me. There used to be one downtown. It's called Rock and Roll McDonald's. I don't know if there's still the only 24-hour McDonald's. It's like 2 or 3 floors. You're a lot calmer now. Whenever you see Pink dropping the period, that's to see if I've timed him out. He knows he can see it if I did, so. He knows sometimes he goes a little too far. You crop dust the house. I crop dust my dog, but that's payback. In California? I guess McDonald's originated from Chicago. Well, from Illinois. The location of the corporate used to be a couple of towns away from here, but they moved it in the last 10 years. So I forgot where they moved it to. My first job was at 10 years old. Our neighbors owned a hot dog stand where they had fresh cut fries. So I washed the potatoes so somebody could cut them because I was too young to use the cutter. But I washed potatoes at 10 years old. That was my first job ever. You stayed at your job for 44 years? My brother-in-law stayed at his job that he got at like 15 and he retired in his 60s. It was a printing company. You stole a whole box of crowns. Is that how you had a crown still? You're still going through the box? Oh, that sucks, Bill. A lot of places that I never thought in my lifetime I would see close are closing. Malls are pretty much ghost towns now. There is a mall in Naperville that has been there for many, 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 many years. And it got so dead in there with the stores closing and everything happening that they ended up deciding to level that and build condos. Maybe you choke on your own spit. Welcome in, Lala. Oh, you know Miss Busy. Then you know good people. You're admitting you know Yeti in public? Well, welcome in, Lala Bean. Lala is your ex-wife. Well, thank you for bringing your ex-wife. Welcome in, Lala. Join the Smurf group. Hey, I don't judge. Me and my girlfriend both call her husband our husband. And I have a wonderful gay husband. We have the best marriage. We're never going to divorce. We don't have to live together. We can sleep with whoever we want. Yeti is the man. Busy would not agree with you in that right now. Like 40 years ago. BK Crown Thief. Okay, cool. Right? He had to go back to that again, just when we forgot. I guess so. You're still wearing them. He wears them to bed. He has them all over his house for whenever he wants to feel important. Give him a wet willy, Busy. Yes, he is. Hexy. Right? You never know. You might have a hot commodity on your hands and could sell it on eBay. 256 crowns from BK can be yours. I wish my girlfriend was here because she's like, can we just walk in and take a crown? And I'm like, they have tons of them. I'm sure you can. And I'm like, if you don't want to, I'll go in and take it. She's like, yeah, you go in. So I go in and I'm like, is it okay if I just take one of these? We have a cute Father's Day idea. And they're like, sure, take as many as you want. The Claire's crown. I have. Do I still have it? I have this weird little crown that I keep on my daughter, but I don't have it on her right now. It fits perfectly on the top of her urn. Welcome to the class, busy lady. Apparently I got my ears pierced at 3 days old. I'm glad that she did it then because my fear of needles probably wouldn't have happened in my younger years. And if she were alive today bitching about the piercings that I have, I'd be like, well, you started it. You got my ears pierced at 3 days old. They gave out little crowns that said I got my ears pierced. That's cute. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I was about to say that didn't sound right. I have 7 piercings altogether. I lost count. I think I'm up to 13 tattoos now, Bill. Yeah, they did. Now it's weird. I go in my local grocery store and there's a little end cap that's Claire's now because malls are suffering so hard. I don't know. A lot of malls around me are closing. There are very few malls left of my youth. Had an ear pierced briefly. That's what I did. But let me tell you, Yeti, the first 3 months of healing, if you're a stomach sleeper, it is not pleasant. Probably. With saying briefly. I just have 2 in my ears. 2 in my ears, 2 in my face, 2 on my boobs, and 1 on my belly button. At this point, I'm surprised I'm not leaking with all the holes in my body. Someone pierced your ear at a party. Did it get infected? That happened to my nephew. He let somebody pierce his ear at a party and it became highly infected. Surprisingly, the face ones didn't hurt. But unfortunately, if they pop out, the hoop that I have on my bottom lip never pops out. But the one on top, which is called a Monroe, that pops out at times. And they heal very fast. So you have to put something in pretty much almost right away. Because when I moved here, somehow I lost, I still don't know. I lost my Monroe. So I had to find a tattoo parlor to go to put something in it temporarily. And he's like, well, if it doesn't go all the way through, we're going to have to let it heal. And then you're going to have to get it re-pierced again. And I don't know if it would have been in the same spot, but I didn't want to find out. Thank God that it went in. Eyebrows shaved off. That happened to my poor baby. His cousins thought it would be funny to shave off his eyebrows. I told them both that I would get them eventually, and when they were lulled into a false sense of security is when I got them. See, this is why we don't pass out at parties, Yeti. Because anybody passed out at the parties we were at, we used to do some pretty dastardly things to them. You want to live on a sailboat? That would be kind of cool, just going shore to shore. Being able to go to anywhere because half the earth is covered in water. Charcoal on hand, tickle nose. Charcoal. Never heard charcoal. Whipped cream. Late night confessions. Let's go. One time I was an asshole and I put Nair in somebody's hair. And when they went to go and take a shower the next morning, it was all dry on their hair because we put a lot on. He woke up and he's like, what the fuck did you do to my fucking hair? And he goes to go wash it off and his hair came right off. He was bald. The fact that that man did not kill me was a miracle. We're still friends to this day. And then sometimes if I was sitting behind him, if I was smoking, I would ash on his hair. He'd get out of the car and he'd have a whole bunch of cigarette ashes on his hair. Yeah, I was kind of a dick. This blanket keeps on moving. This is probably why I'm single. So, my ex, the horrible ex, recent ex, he thought it was funny to throw his dirty underwear at my face. And I'm like, do it again. He did. He's like, now what are you going to do? I'm like, wait and see. So, I already had it planned. I waited until the next morning because I got up and left before him. And because his heavy drinking, he was dead to the world. So I ended up putting a pad on his face and taking a picture and throwing it on his Facebook. So when he woke up the next morning, all his friends saw that shit. And I said, remember when you threw... I put, remember when you threw your dirty underwear at my face for a second time? He was not happy. Come, sock. Why are you gray? I still have the picture, but unfortunately, he hasn't figured out how to block me yet here on YouTube. So, posting his picture, it would give me great pleasure. I still have that picture. Revenge is a dish best served cold. I colored it red, so it made it was kind of, it looked like it was a used pad. When I got home and he was bitching about it, I said, you should be happy I didn't fucking actually throw a real used one on you. So I wish I could tell you that I got better with age, but I did not. I just got more devious. What, ma'am? Decisions were made that night, Yeti. Told him, throw it again. He took the chance. I don't think he thought I was really going to get back at him. I don't know why. Foolish man. I don't think he's on my Instagram anymore. I think my friends would enjoy that picture again. Exactly. There's an easy way and there's a hard way. He took the hard way. He made the decision to throw it the second time. First time was bad enough, I wanted to deck him. But I was afraid if I hit him, he'd hit me back. He was not a smart man, Jenny. 1,000 ways to die at a party. I have a friend that is like that. The stories of him are legend. Again, probably why I'm fucking single. Nobody nobody wants to deal with my bullshit. And that's okay, because I don't want to deal with anybody's bullshit either, so there is that. I have enough problems with the 8 pounds of angry dog I got. If I brought a boyfriend into the equation, I don't know how she would feel about that. She's already looking at me like, don't even fucking try it. We had an area that you didn't go to is for wild rednecks. Oh, Jesus. One more gummy for $4.20. Is it $3.20 here? Might be $3.20 here. Aw, you're quitting on us, Yeti? Right? It's okay, we've got Bill. Not sharing your stories. Jesus Christ. I've gone to some redneck areas, but never had that happen. where I got my dog, they used to have fire shows where they'd have these badass fucking classic cars with these huge exhausts attached to them, and they would blow fire out of the back. Tommy, welcome in. Have dreams about weird dreams about flying beans. Hillbilly Hall, that's hilarious. There was a bar in the same area that still impressed me. You know, the claw game? Well, the prizes in this claw machine was porn. I've never been to a bar where you could get porn out of the claw machine. Probably even have a picture of that too somewhere. Heading out with the boat. Well, may you catch many fish, Tommy. We're just confessing dastardly things we've done in our past. So sit back and enjoy the shit show and laugh. Yeti tagged out after we started sharing. He was like, I've got some funny stories, but for another time. He chickened out on telling us. But parties back in the day used to get totally out of hand. One time, my friend Stuart Kegger wrote a song about it, and it's on one of their albums. And the fact that I know that and the people who listen to the song don't necessarily know that, but totally awesome song. Yeah, sometimes they can be awesome people. Sometimes, down south, I never had a problem. Up north, I had a problem. It was a different level of redneck. Meth rednecks. Well, bring your Yeti here, ma'am. Or bring me your pig. Bring me your Pink Floyd pig. Oh, we're still going with the Yeti? You don't want me to throw the pig? What statement? Go get it, girl. I'm surprised the cat hasn't popped up. Was it a statement I made, busy lady? Oh, beauty sleep. Right? I never got that. Somebody needs their beauty sleep. Fugly. I haven't heard fugly in a while. Butterface. Everything's good, Butterface. Fucking Tommy. Oh my god. Overboard Tommy. Only if you come to save me. Oh my god. No life jacket. I can't even with you two sometimes. Where is Kat to come and correct you both? I know she said that the other chat she was in, she was the only person there. Grab the hook. I don't even want to know what the hook is. I'm terrified in this moment. And keep floating. I'll bring it over here. Come here. Come here. Bring me Yeti. Bring me Yeti. Come here. You're here. You're just sitting quietly, listening to the boys. I'll bring it over here. Come here. Come here. Bring me Yeti. Bring me Yeti or the pig. You're not going to just sit there and cry at me. Ma'am. Oh my god. Flotation devices. You're being talked about there? I hope in a good way. Oh my goodness. How did we get here? Helium balls. Might need some penicillin for that. Right, Papa? She's like, don't include me in your talk. And you'll start talking funny. We represent the lollipop kids. Oh my god. Again, my ex was weird. He used to call it two-ball compound. And here we go. Oh, that's too funny. Busy's like, yeah, I'm good. Yeah, there was a whole thing he did with that. It was gross. He called it Uncle Dave's two-ball compound. The uncle part was even creepier than the two-ball compound. Yeah. Again, why he's my ex. I'm sorry you can't breathe. They can be. Though I've been with two serious guys where they're not really gross like that. Mr. Stickbill. There's an image. Oh, that's too funny. Yeah, he just deals with parasites. Right? He left at the right time, I think. Yeah, Yeti said he was going to bed. It's like 3:30 by us. So I guess he has to get sleep sometime. I'm not trying to go till 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning like I was last week. I eventually have to catch some sleep, but I'm having too much fun. Yeah, it just turned 3:30 here. And Kat's 2 hours behind me, so she's at like 1 o'clock in the morning there. But I also went live late. I wasn't necessarily planning on it, but it's usually how I do my lives. Sometimes I'm just like, fuck it, I'll go live. And now that I'm by myself and don't have to worry about a 2-year-old next door to me, or sorry, 4-year-old. Yep, lady's got to be East Coast if she's an hour ahead of me. Yeah, I have no rhyme or reason unless I'm going to do something like when I went to the bar and there was a band. Then I kind of let people know. Somewhere, if I stay live a little bit longer, I feel Rosie will pop up because she's East Coast, and usually when she hops in, it's because she'll wake up and her husband will tell her, Batman's live. Sometimes it's not so great for me either, Tommy. The good thing is that it's a lot of young kids and they probably stream live on some sort of platform, so nobody really gets pissy about it. And I don't do it when there's not bands there. Yep, that was Sally Stanley. Sally Stanley's on the other side of the world. Sally Stanley is already she's already into Saturday maybe, or about to. Yeah, unfortunately, Tommy, times have changed, and my Saturdays at my beloved bar has changed. So Sometimes people that I've known for years come in, but for the most part, because they know it's the young kids, the only reason I go is because of the bartenders. I have fun hanging out with the girl who usually works. She's been working there for quite some time now. And my friend Brian. My friend Brian's been working there for ages. Oh my God, Bill. And yelled the F word. That's my favorite word. They can't fight back. Oh my God. Oh my God. Well, at least we'll all be in good company when we're all in hell together. Right? Pretty much. There's things my best friend sends to me, and I'm like, it's good to know that we'll both be in hell laughing at this when we're done. Now that the football season's starting, we become rivals because he's a Bears fan and I'm a Packers fan. He hates that I'm a Packers fan. Shit happens. He's married to one, so there's that too. Yeah, that's where all the cool people are going to be hanging. I was promised the throne and to be crowned as Queen of the Damned, so I'm excited. I just got to find my Prince of Darkness. Oh, 100%. Some of the most judgmental fucks are people who are Bible bangers. No, thank you. No, thank you. I spent enough time being raised in the Catholic religion to. No, I'm good. Billy Joel. Well, that depends. Is that ode to Billy Joel or Billy Joe Armstrong? Because it could go either way, Bill. Okay, Kat. Okay, Billy Joel. One of my sister's husbands was very much into him, so a lot of listening to his music when I was younger, when they were dating and then eventually married. Because I think when they got married, I was only like 13. Being part of the MTV generation, it was kind of hard not to know who Billy Joel was because he had that video with Christy Brinkley, Uptown Girl. So I kind of knew who he was when my sister's husband slash now husband, boyfriend's now slash husband was playing me the classics like that, The Piano Man and Only the Good Die Young. He's been in music for a very long time. He's got to be like 80 years old now. I don't even know. Matter of trust. I remember we didn't start the fire, but it's always burning since the world's been turning. I remember that video on MTV. I'm hoping I wake up and win a contest today. There is a local record store in my town that is giving away 2 3-day general admission passes. My girlfriend from Kansas might be up here at that time, and if she is, I'm going to give her and her husband those tickets because I already got my ticket. I'm really hoping I win, but last I checked, there was like 147 different comments, but I'm hoping the personal touches I put for the record store, because I've been going to that record store for years. Unfortunately, the year I had a heart attack, the owner of the record store had a heart attack, and he didn't have a good outcome. He didn't make it. And I miss walking in there and not seeing him anymore. It's funny you bring up Billy Joel. His name was Joel. And yeah, I miss him. Many years. Great conversations, great stories back and forth. So if I can win my friend some free Riot Fest tickets, because before, her husband, like I said, I can't remember if he works for a soda company or if he works for a beer company, but sometimes certain places are in Riot Fest as a sponsor, and he tries to get us free passes. And he hasn't been able to in a few years. It was pretty awesome not having to worry about paying for the ticket and just paying for, getting there and our drinking bill and food bill and what have you. It was also great when I worked for them because I was being paid and I could go and watch whatever I wanted. And sometimes be side stage if I was back of the house. I will always refer to 2014 as the year that I got paid to see Primus, because I have thrown so much money at Primus to go and see them. It was a treat to be paid to watch them. Yeah, $500 and something it's going to cost me for that weekend. But it could have cost me cheaper. I didn't want to go general admission. I went VIP so I could have nicer bathrooms. Less of a line to get in. The goal is hopefully to be working at that point, so that way I can afford a Tool shirt. So if they put it out day one, I have to be there when gates open, because those shirts are going to disappear real fast. Yeah, well, it's 3 days of music, and if you see all the people on the lineup, it's well worth the price. I won't go deluxe. Deluxe is $1,000. You have free alcohol, and you're off to the side of the stage in a cornered off area where other people can't go. It's a lot more comfortable, but $1,000 I'm not willing to pay. A couple of my friends have done it, and I'm like, you guys are crazy. The most I'll do is VIP, and I have to argue with myself. But lately, the last couple of years, they've been making it easier. Instead of coming up with the full amount, They let you do a payment plan. So you put down so much at the beginning, and every 2 weeks you make payments until you pay off your ticket. So it's nice that they offer that option. But $1,000 is $1,000, and that's just a no. I don't drink when I go. I want to remember the show. And if I started drinking as early as I got there, I'd be so trashed by the time that the night acts came. And no. It's going to be a lot of fun, busy lady. Last year was weird, though, because last year we got invaded by ICE, and it was just kind of starting at that point. So it was a really weird year last year. Yeah, see, I never understood that, Bill. You pay money to go and see a show. Why get that stupid trashed and have to be taken out of the show? I never got that. It just made no sense to me. And especially now, as much as I'm paying for tickets. I think my last Tool show, I spent like $200 for nosebleed. And I looked down for general admission, like down by the stage, and I remember one ticket was $6K. And I'm like, oh, that's a hell no. I love Tool, but not that much. Yay, welcome back, Kat. Only time I had to be pulled out of a crowd was because I was surrounded by way too many tall people and I couldn't breathe. So I was front row to 9 Inch Nails. I lasted 4 songs before I had to bitch out. I'm still mad at myself, but I got to go and hang in his tent that was meant for his family and friends, and got to enjoy the rest of the show, not too far from front stage. But I got too greedy that year. I should have stayed more by Fink instead of wanting to be front row to Trent. But I got greedy. I remember the last time they came, we had free passes that year. So I couldn't go ahead of my friends and just meet my friends there. One, because they had the tickets, well, the wristbands for us to get in. And 2, because they were staying at my house and needed to drop their stuff off at my house. So they got out here kind of late, and it was night 1. We barely made it for 9 Inch Nails, and my girlfriend goes, we already know where you're going. You know where to meet us. So I got to like second row of 9 Inch Nails. But I was also heartbroken because Soft Cell came that year. And as we were walking to the park, I could hear Soft Cell, but I didn't get to see them. She is always number 1. I can't believe anybody else isn't getting top fan points. Let's see. Kat, you have 235. Busy Lady, you're at number 2 with 225. I don't know how Cumsock got 150 because Cumsock only came in a couple of times. Bill, you're at 125. Tommy's at 85. Sally Stanley, who came in earlier, was at 75. Same with 420. Lala B is at 75. Nancy was at 75. Pink was at 75. Eric Cartman. I don't remember seeing that. That's pretty funny. Austin Shelton, we're at 50. Tiff came in at 25. And Amy F. was at 10 experience points. Those are the top fans so far today. Eric Cartman. I don't remember Eric Cartman coming in because I totally would have laughed seeing that name pop up. Because I'd ask him if he wants cheesy poofs. Okay, I didn't see Eric Cartman. That's pretty funny. Gotta keep an eye on the battery. Okay. Still good. Surprisingly. I've been live for 3 hours and I am at 50% from 100. Respect my authority. I used to have a magnet that had Cartman saying that. South Park in the beginning was greatness. It just sucks now. You have to buy a certain thing to stream it off of now instead of getting ripped off by the cable company. I know, poor Kenny. Always getting killed. My girlfriend back in the day used to have a Kenny with a detachable head. She was trying to figure out how to manipulate it out of her back window to when she stopped to hit a button and make his head roll off. Because you know somebody behind you would be like, oh my God, they killed Kenny. Because it was during the height of the popularity of it. It still is pretty popular. And they recently brought back Beavis and Butthead in older age. Instead of Cornholio, I saw a skit. Old Holio. Fucking Beavis and Butthead. Yeah. Here or at the other spot? Don't get the boys started again, Kat. They finally stopped talking about inflatable balls. Oh. I love the South Park game. I ended up getting it for my kids and it was hilarious. One of the weapons you could use was a pea ball. You had wild turkeys chasing you. Aliens trying to probe cattle. It was wild. Mr. Hanky. Your balls are just right. Okay, Goldilocks. The funny thing is if my friend texted me tonight or tomorrow and would be like, hey, are you coming in? I'd be like, no, I'm broke. He'd be like, you know I'd buy you alcohol. But I don't like doing that. That's why I think we've remained good friends. I've never utilized him or used him in that way. I know he 100% would. And sometimes I like going in just for the people watching. I think when they did Kyle's Mom's a Bitch, I learned that at one point word for word. That song was fucking hilarious. And the shit that they were doing this past year was just redonkulous. I got to see clips of it. I never got to watch the whole show. 310 XP. Is that a computer? Oh, 310 experience points. Duh. It's almost 4 o'clock in the morning. I've smoked way too much weed. I'm like, wait, 310 XP? You're the leading lady of the night, cat. Thanks, Dubwubs. If you go on my community page, I show you a link to where to get it. It's less than 20 bucks. You'd figure all the caffeine I drank. That's why I probably don't sleep. And I haven't done coffee today. Well, Friday. I think I did yesterday. I want to say yes. I don't know how you and Pink are getting along nowadays, but just beware. Pink's always lurking. I even have Daria shirts, Bill, if you remember Daria, with Beavis and Bunghole. Pink is moving in stereo. You think? You haven't threatened him lately? Or he hasn't threatened you? Good. What, it got late and people are calming down? I mean, Bill and Tommy were going at it there for a minute. Talking about sticks and inflatable balls and 2-ball compound. I think I almost killed Busy Lady with that one. Things to do when there's nothing on TV. What was that live? Everybody thinks I'm Pink Taco. I have a Pink Taco, but I am not Pink Taco. I wish I was that multi-talented, D-Wubs. I don't make sock accounts. I've been Batman since 2010. Plus, Batman's a dude, or Batman. Plus, Pink's a dude, so there is that. I don't qualify to be dude. I don't have the right equipment. And if I did, somebody owes me a lot of money for the 4 kids I had. Yeah, he said he was on the boat. At first, he said that he was going to just remain silent and listen to the live, and that's when him and Bill started talking about sticks and floating balls. Have a good night, Dubwobs. Man overboard, man overboard. Tommy would just jump in the water and start grabbing fish. Yes, you did. Until I was like, where's Cat to keep you two in order? And you're like, I'm still here. Boys will be boys. So it should be interesting these next couple of days, trying to go without cigarettes and see how I do. But I think it'll probably be better for me. One less thing I have to purchase. Oh my God, Bill. I don't even want to know. The mental image is already there. I'm actually surprised that Dubweb said that they were going to sleep. I didn't think they ever slept. Yes, thank you for the night terror for the evening. Busy Lady's going to be dreaming about parasites and beans, and I'm going to be dreaming about suckerfish. Gonna wake up going, Bill! God damn it! Yeah, I'm gonna have to think of an alternative, like gum or something. You wouldn't even... I don't always remember mine. Sometimes I'll wake up and remember a dream or two, but... I don't always remember mine. Unless there's something that really terrifies me. And it's been a while since I've had one of those dreams. When I was a kid, oh my God. There's a couple of dreams I still really remember as if it happened yesterday and it was so far away from when it happened. But it felt that real in that dream. I went to private school, and I remember one year, like it was like a week before school, and I woke up and I ran to my mom and I hugged her and I said, "Thanks, Mom." She's like, "For?" And I'm like, "You're sending me to public school now." And she's like, "When did I ever say that?" And I'm like, "Oh, damn, it was a dream." I had friends in private school, but I had friends outside too in public school. And I only got to see the friends in public school during the summertime. I mean, I would get to see them during the school year too, but well, those are some of the best dreams to have, Bill. I'm going to dream or go to sleep and hopefully dream I get a job and make decent money and can maintain the roof over my head, because right now my goals are low. I am aiming so low. The way houses are skyrocketing, I'm probably never going to own a house at this point, especially the area I live in. You know, I don't know if that's what it is. With me, Kat, is usually when I finally do go to sleep, it's because I'm so damn tired. An inch tall? Oh, that had to be a weird dream. I used to have dreams where my pop would come to me and tell me not to get into a red car, that I wasn't going to survive if I got into a red car. And for a long time, I would not get into a red car because of that dream. It was a reoccurring dream. I haven't had it in a very long time. But I remember my pop coming up to me and telling me, "You will not get out of that car if you get in it." So anytime I met a friend and they had a red car, I was a little leery. And then you wake up. Aww. See, Tommy came back. I know when I was younger, I was convinced Jason lived in my basement. You can convince me any other way. I remember my mom tried going, they used to have this store called J.C. Penney's, and they would have Midnight Madness sales. And my mom was trying to go one time, and I'm like, "Don't leave me alone. I don't want to die. Jason's in the basement." So she puts my aunt on the phone, and my aunt's trying to, rationalize, because she wanted to, her and my mom usually went together to these. My aunt's trying to rationalize. She's like, "Now, you know how Mickey Mouse is real?" And I was little at this time. I'm like, "Wait, what? Mickey Mouse isn't real?" There was all kinds of horror that day. Needless to say, they ended up having to take me with them. I slept in the cart while they shopped, but I was okay because I was right with my mom and I wasn't home, and Jason wasn't going to get me that night. And it looked like clouds. Because you had water bubbles from the damage or the water damage on the ceiling. So I was very afraid of thunderstorms when I was little. And the house I grew up in was my Nona and Pop's house. So basically where my mom grew up. And because my grandpa, who I call Pop, um, knew I was terrified, he built this little spot in the wall in my room where he carved out a piece of the wall. He put drywall up in there, and then he put mirrors on the drywall. And let's see. And there was this ballerina statue. See, look it. The TV fixes itself when I turn on the light. So he had this ballerina thing that was inside of it, and it had a light above it. Years later, I go into a resale shop. This was what was in the middle of it. The fact that I found an exact replica still freaks me out. The only difference between the one that I had and the one that I have now is I don't remember if it was this arm or this arm. I broke it off, and to try and make it look like I didn't break it, I super glued it and tried putting some nail polish that I thought matched, and it did not. My mom knew I broke it, but now I have it again as an adult. It's pretty cool. I couldn't believe that I found this. And I don't know, there was another one, there was just a ballerina. I've yet to find that one. So it's kind of neat to have that back in my possession, even though it has been out of my possession for many years. The weirder story, I actually found the one that was mine. I don't know what happened to it. I was at a garage sale in the town that I was raised my kids in. I don't know how it made it all the way out there, but I ended up getting mine back for a short time. So finding it again later on, 20 years down the line from when I last had it, was pretty cool. When I saw it at the resale shop, I'm like, I don't care how much this is, I want it. I had a resale shop that was right down the street from my last job. So on Saturdays, sometimes because I knew that I didn't have to do much, I would go and throw my stuff at work and then go and walk to the end of the block and cross the street and go to the resale shop until it was time to open the bar. So yeah, it's just a great memory to hang on to and give me hope when sometimes I feel hope is gone. Not gonna lie, I'm freaking out a little bit right now not having a job. So I gotta fix that. I think it's kind of shitty because I got hurt that they told me when I come back that I'd only have one day. I can't survive on one day. Huh, that's funny. I bought one of my friends an Atari back in 2019 because they made a comment to me that if they ever got the game Castlevania, that I wouldn't see them for like a month because they'd just be gaming and playing it. The fact that I found an original Super Nintendo, or a Nintendo, not Super Nintendo, regular Nintendo, with the square games and everything, it's kind of amazing how much some of those games are going for. I remember after I got it for them, I went to go and look for other games that were out there. The Mike Tyson's Punch Out was going for $500 on eBay. I was like, what? Road Rash. I remember Road Rash. Some of my friends, when I gift give, I try and listen to things because some friends are hard to get because they have everything. So I always try and keep it personal. The last couple of Christmas shoppings with my girlfriend, because I was staying with her, we were always looking for things for our friend Adam. That was always fun. One year she ended up, do you guys remember that Shell gas station used to give out a cassette tape with music on it? Well, we ended up finding the volumes he still didn't have. I can't remember what it was called, but you only could buy them at Shell gas station. Riot Fest, not Riot. I do love a good protest myself, Toker. Good day to you too. You're here but can't hear. My other phone is having issues. Toker is on the other side of the world like Sally Stanley, so they're already into the future. Hess gas trucks. What, Bill? I'm trying. No, Sally was in earlier. Stayed for a little bit and then had to go. We're just sitting here for a little while longer. I'll probably go until the clock says 4 hours and then end things. Yes, I like Sally Stanley as well. Little toy trucks. Oh, the gas station was called Hess? I don't think I've ever heard of Hess. We have Casey's, BP, Mobile, Sitco, Speedway, Thornton's, and I think that's it. Yeah, I want to say that's it. But, like, I know, I used to laugh. My girlfriend who lived in Missouri, they had a gas station named Come and Go. Every time they would come up here, I would make them bring me something from there. Because I thought that was the funniest thing to name a gas station, especially when lot lizards could potentially be there. They got bought out. And now there's this, what is it called now? Buc-ee's? I think it's called Buc-ee's. Those are now starting to come around here because they're getting bigger. Different areas have different gas stations. I do think it's funny that, I don't think they call it that anymore, but Shell used to call the gas station itself Circle K. And I laugh because that was in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Something's afoot at the Circle K. Hurry back in. That's a cute name for a bar. The funniest bar name I think I've ever seen was Closer to the City, and it was called He's Not Here. But that's actually a cute name for a bar. Yeah, we used to have like a Union 76, a Marathon, Amco. There's very Amco turned to BP here. Boomerang. It's kind of a silly name for a gas station, but why not? I give people a lot of credit for working at gas stations. I don't know if the robberies still happen, but lottery alone, those people are cray-cray when it comes to lottery numbers. Oh, the bar. The bar is called Boomerang. I honestly like the other name. The bar that I go to has been around since 1969, I think. It's one of the older bars in town. The only other one that was probably just as old closed down because the last owner was a dickhead. He stopped paying his bartenders, he stopped paying the distributors, and had to shut his doors. I don't know if he developed a drug problem, but something was amiss. Powder keg. My old hangout used to be called Orazio's. Unfortunately, it got demoed in 2020 to extend the train parking for commuters. Little did we know that when 2020 happened, that nobody was going to be going to work there for a minute, so it makes me sad to go there now and see a parking lot. And the girl that I was staying with, the friend that I speak a lot about, she used to live right next door to there. So it kind of breaks my heart that her apartment isn't there anymore because so many fun memories. It was your version of Hillbilly Hall. Well, years ago, the bar that I hang out at right now used to be a biker bar. And some stuff ensued, and they asked the bikers not to wear their rockers anymore. And that was the end of the bikers coming in. Not really lots of fights. I don't remember what happened. I think there was like a potential of people fighting because of different. For the most part, the ones that hung up at the bar that I hung out at were called the Scorpions. So very rarely did outsiders come. Maybe once in a while a Hell's Angel or an outlaw. So once they said no colors, no rockers, they went elsewhere. And to be honest, I feel a lot safer with bikers than I do anything. At least you know what you're getting there. And my girlfriend was married to a higher up guy in the Scorpions Club, so nobody really fucked with us. You got the pagans there? Yeah, we got a little mixture of everything around here. Like I said, Hells Angels, Outlaws, they're around. One of the bars that I was thinking about working at, when I told my friend, he's like, please don't. I don't want to have to worry about your safety. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And he's like, well, a month ago somebody got stabbed there. And I'm like, okay. So it goes again. I would not want to worry about your safety. Yeah, a few will pop up here and there. But for the most part, it used to be just the Scorpions area. You were the ones that raced, what, on the crotch rockets and stuff? Mods and rockers? What's a mod? Oh, drag raced? We did that in cars. There was a specific spot in a town called Melrose Park that we would drag on until the cops chased us. Oh, they had scooters. Like Vespas or mopeds. Oh, that's crazy. See, learn a new thing every day. Huh. That would be funny seeing somebody on a scooter in a three-piece suit. We got the girls. That's okay, we're all old, Bill. No youngins here. Unless a newbie hops in the chat. Dubwub was in here. I don't know if you've ever met Dubwub's Toker. Yeah. I know a lot of my friends, before they rode motorcycles, used to drive around on dirt bikes or ATVs. It started there and then became bigger. Yeah, he was in here earlier, but he said he had to go to bed. I don't know if it was he had to go to bed or I mentioned that Pink might be lurking and asked if they were okay. He's like, I think so. Oh, he's interesting. I've seen him on panel do some way out there stuff. Him trying to do a headstand, still the funniest thing I think I've ever seen. He may or may not have put a hole in the wall trying to do that. I think he did. Yeah, we used to have a junk. Well, we still do have junkyards, but now the cars aren't as easily fixable without hooking it up to a computer. When we would drag race the cars, we would sometimes have to go over to the junkyard because something blew out. And we were trying to soup them up with like nitrous and shit like that. They were usually beaters. But some of them were pretty fast. Think Street Outlaws, if you ever saw that show on Discovery. We would just find a strip and drag down it. But we weren't putting slicks on the tires, just regular tires. Yeah, we were never doing nitrous or anything. Back then we thought that was cheating. So now everyone does it. So who were we to judge back then? We were just trying not to get caught by the cops and ticketed. That bike had to be fast, huh? I have some friends that like doing that. There's one kid that I grew up with named Ricky Scales. He used to like fast bikes and doing stuff like that. Wow, those are expensive. I mean, way more expensive than Harleys. In this day and age, you can't. It doesn't matter for with speed with all the flock cameras they have around here, Toker. I don't know if your country has any of them, but I saw on San Joaquin. I follow him on Instagram, and he had posted something about in Florida. There was a park with an obscene amount of flock cameras watching kids. There was what we call a splash pad. So it has water coming out, but it doesn't fill up on the ground like a pool would. It's just somewhere where the kids can run under the water and get wet on hot days if you don't want to take them to the pool. Wow. That's what it tops off at, 184 miles per hour. We're optional, right? Yeah, nowadays, Big Brother is really watching with those stupid flock cameras. There was a guy in the town of Lyle that just recently got arrested for cutting them down. 7.2 and a quarter? Damn. That's fucking fast. So I'm assuming Dad took it out very sparingly to have that low of mileage on it, with as old as you said that it was. When I don't know if it's anything like cars, but cars that are like 5,000 and under are considered museum pieces. I don't know if the same applies for bikes. Okay, cool. When I'm done with my live, I'll go and look. I forgot to charge my tablet, so it's dead at the moment. Always, I'd go and look right now. It was a good thing I was wearing the helmet when I had my scooter crash. That's the last thing I needed was a concussion, on top of everything else. Oof. Ouch. Can you still find original pieces? I mean, that's my whole deal, that if I ever won the lottery buying two 69 Chevelles, the one that's going to be just kept in a climate control garage, that's got to be a number matching. Why do I feel this is still out? Well, hopefully you'll be able to find the pieces. I mean, in this day and age, you can Google anything. But then it becomes, how much is it? I'd like to think a clutch cable wouldn't be that much, but... Ouch. So what you're telling us is you're part Terminator, Bill? Are you going to tell us, come with me if you want to live? I don't know if my best friend is Steel. I know he has had quite a bit of knee surgery, but more from jumping out of a plane for the United States Army. The $6 million man. I remember that, and the woman, too. The bionic woman. I still don't know if I was catching new episodes or if I was watching reruns. I don't remember when that actually came out. I even remember The Greatest American Hero. Believe it or not, I'm walking on air. Yeah, with it being vintage, you're definitely not paying, whatever you would pay for a more up-to-date one. And I'm sure depending on the size and the way of the tire. I think it's weird, those people driving around in those three-wheelers. We have a lot of those around. I forget what they're called, but they became popular in the last 10 years. Like I said, Bill, the town that I lived in before I moved back over here, they used to drive around in golf carts. Holy shit, are golf carts expensive. Oof. Straightened. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. For a third time. Not his first time, a third time. Yeah, I've never really. I mean, this is the closest I've come to breaking a bone. Was fractured my wrist. Stupid scooter tried to kill me. Slingshots, yeah, something like that. 1973. Okay, so I was definitely watching the repeats because I wasn't even born yet. That's right around when I was born and a baby. So yeah, I was definitely watching repeats. Hey, I'm happy for her because I knew that it was like, I want to say early, maybe almost mid 80s, watching $6 Million Man and Bionic Woman. But that was back when we only had a few small select choices and channels that we could go to. Once I got cable, it was always on MTV, unless my parents came into the room and changed it. I believe August 1st, 1981, Video Killed the Radio Star started it all. I wasn't commenting, so I decided to be useful. Kat, why does it not say number one by you? That's her name. I couldn't think of her name. I knew it was Lindsay. I couldn't think of what the last name was. And Lee Majors. I don't feel like a spring chicken at times, Toker. Right now, I feel like I was rolled away wet and put away hard. It could definitely deal without life kicking me in the teeth once in a while. Okay, he's got 10 more years on you, Bill. Dave C. 150 here. Wait a minute. It can't be 150 by you. Are you not in my state anymore, Dave? And good to see you. I haven't seen you in a minute. Or am I missing something? Because there's no way you're 150. That's what I'm trying to tell myself, Toker. Just got to get myself out of this hump. Life is a garden. Dig it. Okay, Joe Dirt. Early. It's 4 in the morning. Right? I want Dave's medicine too. Dave, are you higher than Jesus? Dong. Oh. Freudian slip. Dang. Dang. I got the duty on me. Me and my kids used to walk around saying, if you're talking to my friend all wrong, you do it again, and I'll stab you in the face with the soldering iron. I love that movie. And I love when he tried to class up his name and said Joe Dirte. Days 150. I would not want to make it to 150. That means you had to watch all your friends and loved ones die before you. It was hard enough losing my mom. I love that they had Dennis Miller in that movie. Dennis Miller's like the perfect asshole. And I love the girl in the movie that he was in love with because she used to be on a TV show with her twin sister when I was a kid. It was a book series called Sweet Valley High. That's where she started off at. And then she went on and did other things like Joe Dirt. She was on a TV show for a while. Her twin has managed to stay out ever since they were kids, but Brandy, yeah, I couldn't think of her name. And Tommy's back. Yeah, no, that was a great movie. They had a great cast in there. Roseanne Arquette, Christopher Walken, Dennis Leary, and David Spade is really funny. The poor dog who had to get his balls spatulaed off the porch because they were frozen. My I don't know, I don't remember how old my grandparents were when they went, but I had a grandma Signey too, and she was born in 1900 and passed away in 88, so she made it to 88. The sad part, Kat, I don't know on my mom's side what we die of because my mom was killed, so she didn't die of natural causes, and I don't even want to explain what happened to my grandparents, but it wasn't natural. It wasn't murder though, and yeah. So I don't know how the people on my mom's side or my dad's side, because my dad and me did not have a great relationship. So who knows where the heart issue came from, if it came from her or him. I don't remember my mom ever having heart issues. And because me and my siblings don't speak anymore, I don't know, they're only my half. We share the same mom, just different dad. I had a great customer who made it to 98 years old. I was very sad when he left this world. Yeah, I was like 5 or 6 when my grandparents left this world. And that's when I went and moved into the house that my mom grew up in. That's where I grew up. So it was somewhere I knew. I just remember I kept on asking my mom where Nona and Pop Pop were. And she would try her best to, they're angels up in heaven. Because it was weird moving into their house and they weren't there. I remember that. I remember just being floored like, wait a minute. Something's not here. Totally surprises me, Bill. My mom used to sit there and say, you're not going to make it till 21. Boy, did I show her. And my poor customer, his wife passed. And they were married for something like 67 years. Their children were now elderly people. And once in a while, he would have an honest conversation and say, I don't understand why I'm the only one left. Because his friends had passed, his wife had passed. He had his kids, but they didn't live here in Illinois. They lived on the East Coast. Man still drove his car, came to the bar every Sunday for 3 old styles. Really nice guy. My grandparents didn't have a funeral. They donated their bodies to science. So there's not even a grave to go and visit them. The church that we belonged to, my mom had trees planted in their memory, and they cut them down. So I don't know what happened, if they became diseased or whatever, but they're not there anymore. I was a kid, so just they weren't there anymore. Oof. Yikes. Yeah, my girlfriend's husband, his dad died of cancer from Agent Orange from Vietnam. And I think he was maybe in his 60s. He was fairly young. I don't know exactly when my dad passed, I just know he did. So I don't know how old he made it to. My mom only made it to 54. But again, my mom was taken, so. So it kind of freaks me out that I'm going to pass her age, if stress doesn't take me out beforehand. The scary part about having a heart attack in my situation, women have asymptomatic um, symptoms when they have a heart attack. It's not the chest pain and shortness of breath that they tell you to watch out for. With me, it started off where I started sweating buckets and I started getting sick. So I had gone out with my girlfriend who I used to stay with. Me and her went out to dinner because I lived down the street from where I'm at right now. And when she dropped me off, it was unseasonably warm for that day. So I was in shorts. And to be honest, when I started sweating, I thought it was menopause. So I'm Googling on my phone, what is hot flashes? And then I started getting sick. So I was like, did I get food poisoning from dinner? And I kept on talking myself out of going to the ER because I felt that I had food poisoning. And I'm like, I'm going to go to the ER because at this point it was like 11, 12 o'clock. I'm like, I'm going to go to the ER. They're going to kick me out at 4 in the morning. And it's going to be a bitch coming back home. And all they're going to do is pump me full of fluid and tell me I got to just get it out of me. Well, it was a good thing I went because the doctor said that if I fell asleep that night, I wouldn't have woken up. So it was a good thing that I went. To this day, I still think that the paramedics knew what was going on. And they were just trying to keep me calm because I kept on apologizing to them, saying, I'm sorry for dragging you guys out late at night for something so stupid as food poisoning. And they're like, no, that's what we're here for. Yeah. So it's funny you say that, Bill. So after they put the stint in me, they told me something about one of my neck arteries being blocked. And I'm like, okay, well, since you put a stint in the right side, why don't we go for the neck? And they're like, yeah, we got to wait until it's 100% blocked to do anything. And even with my heart attack, it was really weird because at that point I was already diagnosed with high blood pressure and I was taking medication for it. And the week before, I went in with like a disturbing reading where it said I was in like stroke territory. So I was like, what the fuck is going on? So I went in there and they patted me on the head and said, oh, you're just having a panic attack. You'll be fine. It still freaks me out that a week before I went in with a high blood pressure reading, nothing happened. They did all the same tests that they did to me when I went for the heart, when I finally did go in and was having the heart attack. So I don't understand how a week made a difference. Ooh, what did I miss there, Bill? I caught what you just said, but that you could hear your heartbeat, that's when they discovered that it was 95% blocked. Did they do anything for you? Unfortunately, today I had an incident because I don't know what chest pain aspect of it is. This morning I got up and I started sweating. I started feeling really off. So, I mean, I hate being that chicken, but I had to make sure everything was okay. And my blood pressure was a little high and stuff, but I wasn't having, a heart attack like last time. So, stress is a motherfucker. To hear your heartbeat through your ears? I don't think so. Sorry about that, guys. Maybe I should tell you guys, be right back. Wow. Yeah, it's scary how it can just come on and take people, and then some people can survive it. I laughed at the doctor when he came in and told me I was having a heart attack. I told him he was in the wrong room, that I had food poisoning. It is USB. Yes. It's a projector. It's a little space guy, and he projects the stars in the nebula. Well, it is Friday morning, and We have the weekend upon us. Hopefully it's not too hot by you. I don't know what it's supposed to be this weekend. I think it's supposed to rain tomorrow. I think today I'll be fine. It is very calming. Sometimes after I turn off the stream, I leave this on and I fall asleep watching it. I'll turn off the TV and just have this going. It's very calming. I like it. And I like throwing the music on. Is it going to be hot by you, Kat? The rain that we've had recently has kind of chilled things out here. I think today it was a high of like 79. So not too terribly hot. This month is usually our hottest month of the year before summer says goodbye. Yeah, we're supposed to get some rain tomorrow. It rained earlier today, and it rained a couple of days ago here. I know that I saw something about a warm-up coming, so I would not be surprised. Is it really dry by you, Toker? You only get a sprinkle there? Consider yourself lucky, seeing as we had a tornado rip through here a couple of weeks ago. You don't get tornadoes, do you? Yeah, no, I love the sound of rain. I love the way leaving a window open and just hearing it hitting leaves and hitting the window. Even thunderstorms, but unfortunately my dog does not like thunderstorms. But I guess if I was 8 pounds, I'd be afraid of things too. It's perfect sleeping weather. When I was staying with my girlfriend in the woods, that sounded nice. I didn't even need to use a YouTube video to help me try and fall asleep with the sound of rain. I had it right outside my door. So you collect rain for your drinking water? Depending on where you buy it here, Toker, sometimes they put a huge tax on it. In the city of Chicago, they put a huge tax on it. Chicago taxes everything now. But where I'm at, it doesn't. I don't know why Chicago does. Ugh. I don't even understand why people do that knowing how dangerous it can be there. I mean, we sometimes get told that it's too dry and be careful if we light a fire pit because we're very flat landed. And depending on where you are. But not as bad as you guys. That was absolutely horrible a couple of years back. What can happen? We used to have well water out here until we got hooked up to Lake Michigan water. My mom used to go into the city at my aunt's house up on the north side and get Lake Michigan water and bring it back home for drinking. I didn't remember what well water was like until I went to go stay with my girlfriend. She's hooked up on a well. So I'm like, oh yeah, I'm glad I don't have to deal with that anymore. I think it was kind of messing up my Keurig. Sometimes it's just an asshole kid, so. No, I've heard of people doing that, where they collect water and with you being in a different country, I don't know how things necessarily work if you guys have sewage systems, maybe in the bigger cities and on the outskirts not so much. Has a lot of iron in it. It was really weird that, like, I would make iced tea, and if I left it in the container too long, if I didn't drink it right away, almost sometimes the next day when everything settled, there's this level of slime on the bottom. It used to freak me out. Bill is number 2. I see that. Yeah, rainwater only. People who live off the grid here do that. Don't look back, it's safe. Yeah, usually people who live off the grid usually have containers to collect rainwater to use for bathing, washing their dishes, because they're not hooked up to a well or a sewage. Huh. I mean, I come from a generation that used to drink straight out of the hose when we had well water, so. Your sister has well water? One of my friends who lives in the town before me has well, and I find it weird because I thought everything was sewer at that point there, but I don't know if it's because the house is so old. So when you have well water, it's kind of a pain in the ass. If you have it set up right, you have a container that you dump salt into, and it's supposed to make it less hard and because I remember in the house I grew up in, we had a big container that we had to dump salt pellets into. So the water wasn't so hard. Because when it has chemicals in it that well water does, it leaves like a rust color on your bathtub, in your sinks. I used to have a Hinckley and Schmidt thing, a dispenser. I got the dispenser for stupid cheap because I live around a rich neighborhood. The lady ended up buying, instead of putting the jug up on top, it went now down into something and you could just get water from the container instead of it being set up the normal way. Underneath instead of on top, I guess. So she sold me her Hinckley and Schmidt thingy that was hot and cold for like $12. And I went to Walmart and they were selling the jugs for like $5.96. And then it was like 88 cents a gallon. And when they're 5 gallons, it's not that much. It's cheaper than actually buying bottled water. Okay. The rainwater's just better to drink than the water that you wash and flush the toilet with. Okay, they added a water softener. I lived in a house one time that had reverse osmosis on it. Oh, that's good. Because water heaters can be very expensive. We had to replace my mother-in-law's for 3 flat because my father-in-law got a small one and it ended up breaking, so we had to go and get her a new one, and we got her a bigger one. But unfortunately, it still felt like somebody was peeing on you in her shower because it wouldn't come out, and there was no lime or scale or anything on her shower head, so we could never understand why the water pressure was so shitty. Oh, that's cool. So it was almost like a brand new house. My girlfriend's house that she stays in is over 100. Part of it is over 100 years old. The add-on isn't as old. And her poor husband is pissed off because they've had to replace almost every appliance except for the fridge. I guess before I even came there, they had to replace the dishwasher. And then when I was staying there, um, the stove went out. So they got a new stove, and what a beautiful stove he ended up getting her. Very nice stove. I miss that stove. And water heater and the AC and the washer and dryer. So right now the fridge is the only thing they haven't had to replace. Wow, that's weird, living in the basement. Better to boil the rainwater. Eesh. Yeah, I don't know if I had a whole house just to confine myself to the basement, that would be weird. Where my girlfriend lives, it used to be a resort town at one point. It was not a residential area. So some of the houses that are old there started off as cabins. So it's kind of wild. There's only 4,500 people in that town. Okay. I could see that being a real estate investment, so that I guess that makes sense. But it'd still be weird eating downstairs, living downstairs, but I guess if it was big enough, if it was a finished basement, then I guess what am I complaining about? I've seen some very nice finished basements. Just be weird to walk in the front door and then have to walk down the stairs to go home when you had all that stuff on top. Nice. 3 bedroom, 2 bath ranch. That's cool that you have a basement. I lived in a ranch house with a basement, and it was finished. So, and there was that's where I had the half bath. And when we moved into the house, I told my children's father, I'm like, okay, all you gross boys can have the upstairs bathroom. Leave me alone down in mine. So I had my own bathroom. But it kind of sucked because being in the basement, I like taking long hot showers. So I got maybe 15 minutes of hot water and then it would start shooting cold water at me. So it was a gift and a curse. I had to learn to take quick showers unless I wanted to go all the way upstairs, but all my shit was already propped up in the shower. I don't take baths, so that's why I was like, oh, cool, I have my own shower. We had a pool table in ours, too. We were trying to decide what we were going to do with the extra room, and one of the ideas was buying arcade games, like a tabletop Pac-Man and maybe a couple of pinball machines. And my ex is like, the kids are just going to break it and I don't want to have to pay to fix it because they were fairly young at that point. And that's when we decided to get the pool table. Frequent visit. You know, I used to love kangaroos until I found out that they're very mean. But that would be cool looking out your window and seeing a kangaroo just hopping on by. Okay, Bill. Happy travels taking your son-in-law to work. Yeah, that would be pretty wild. I got to see deer go past my windows. I couldn't imagine seeing a kangaroo or a panda bear or something. You guys have some terrifying bugs. Okay, so some aren't aggressive because I've seen some videos of some very sizable, strong kangaroos. Is it just the brown ones that are mean? Yeah, no, that would totally be cool to see a kangaroo just out in its natural habitat. The only way I've ever seen one is at a zoo. Big reds. It's crazy how strong their tails are. And I think it's weird that the men carry the babies. Right? Is it the men carry the babies sometimes, or is that always the mom? I don't know. I might have an animal mixed up at this point. It's 5 in the morning. Yeah, that would be cool to go to Australia, despite the big scary bugs. The fact that I'm going to sleep when most people are waking up, damn it. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a gray kangaroo. I've always seen what you're calling the reds. I'm okay with the snakes. It's the giant spiders. I don't know how true that is. I've seen some terrifying videos. But I've also seen some videos where snakes pop up in weird spots and would probably freak me out when I realize, oh, wait a minute. If you go to Florida, lizards are all running around. And I'm not terribly afraid of lizards, but it's weird when they're just running around. Grays are more common. Do you have pandas around you? I was so upset when I grew up and found out hippos were really mean. It was like, how can hungry hippos be mean? And then all of a sudden it made sense. You know, normally I'm not afraid of bugs, but I've seen some sizable bugs by you guys. Bugs where I may have to possibly contemplate burning the house down and just, or letting them live in it because I'm not going back in there. And I say this with living in the Midwest where black widows live. It is kind of funny with the AI search that you can do on your phone nowadays. I don't know what everybody works with phone wise. I have a Samsung 24 Plus. So if I take a picture of something, hold the circle down on the screen and circle the bug to look up what it is. I ran so many bug searches staying by my girlfriend, it was ridiculous. There were so many bugs I never knew existed. But when you live by water, it's not just mosquitoes. You definitely see a lot more dragonflies. I saw a lot of those. Some things I already knew what they were. Some things I came across and I'm like, what the fuck is that? Well, yeah, you don't want a best kept secret and have everybody come and fuck up your country. Look at what happened to us. We let some reality star, 34 count felon, reality TV star, I may have said that already, businessman who's gone bankrupt more times than I ever have. I've never gone bankrupt. But then again, I've never had money to play around like that. Nor have I been divorced. What the heck is a drop bear? Is it a bear that drops out of the tree and attacks you? Oh, I just had a scary image. What is a drop bear? You have the Great Barrier Reef. I mean, there's things that can eat you in the water, but I think that would be totally cool to go snorkeling in the Great Barrier Reef. But now you're adding a whole new terror until you describe to me what drop bears are. Because we have black bears here, and those are scary enough. It's a rabid koala. No kidding. Sounds like a rabid raccoon, something you want to avoid in life. Huh. I never knew. I'm going to have to Google this and go down a wormhole now, Toker. Drop bears. Cats like hold me. Red kangaroos, drop bears, big spiders, snakes. Yeah, where I live, I don't have to worry about sharks. So I'm kind of glad any water I go in around here, that is not an option. Especially after watching Shark Week. It's cool to learn about other things that people got to deal with that we only see in zoos. Had to be done, another Aussie myth. We have things called Chupacabra and Bigfoot here. Ireland has Loch Ness Monster. So everybody has myths. Mythical creatures. I mean, hell, in the 70s, somebody made a movie about sharks and terrified people from going in water for a while. Oh my god, you're giving me too many words to look up without descriptions. Bunyips? What the fuck is a bunyip? Does it have the yips? Is that why it's called bunyips? Cat, I think that Toker's trying to scare us from ever going to Australia. It's your Bigfoot. Okay. Bunyips. Bigfoot. I know a couple of people in life that I suspected were part Bigfoot. It's an Aborigine name. Well, they're kind of like our Native Americans, right? The Aborigines that have been there longer than anybody. Funny, Cat, I said I wasn't going to try and stay live until 6 or 7 tonight, or in the morning, and look where I am at 5:30 in the morning. Keep the myth alive. I thought my best friend was screwing with me about what he was writing to me because he was in the second Gulf War, and he wrote me a letter about sand spiders, and I thought that was a joke. And he sent me a picture of what one of those fuckers looked like. Jesus Christ, terrifying. Don't Google it, Cat. And he said they moved fast. Oh, it lives in the water instead of the forest? Huh. Our Bigfoots live in forests, supposedly. Too late. Yeah, those things are terrifying. I don't know if they bite. I don't want to know. They are fairly big and fairly terrifying. I was like, what the fuck? Well, guess I'm crossing off desert in my life, at least over in that side of the world. Because I don't think they exist here in the United States. I think it's only there. But if I saw that shit crawling my way, again, I am not terribly afraid of spiders, but something that big, yeah, I'm a little afraid. It's going to take more than my shoe. So far we have been live for 4 hours, 43 minutes, and 31 seconds. I don't even remember what time it was when I said, fuck it, I'll just go live. I know it was shortly after I got my pay. I'm waiting for Mr. Bill to come back because he usually doesn't take that long. Aww. I know how that feels, Kat, when my best friend was in Germany. It was the longest distance we ever lived apart from each other. Very true, Toker. Hoping to alleviate some of the stress in my life. So that way, when I wake up again, I don't have to go and visit an ER because I have a freak out on my health issue with my heart. The fact that I'm going to try not smoking, oh, the poor people around me. I feel for them. I am going to be a crabby person for a little bit, but I hear after a week it's not so bad. No, that's what's so cool about here is we can meet people halfway across the world without ever, physically meeting. Used to be called pen pals back in the day, but now it's gotten a lot better. But it sucks when they're so far away. I'm just happy to finally have my best friend back stateside again. It kind of sucks that they live in Kansas, but aw, that's so sweet, Toker. Aw, you're gonna make me cry. Don't make me cry. I'm sappy nowadays. It doesn't take much. And after the week that I had, yesterday I was a wreck. She's Croatian? That's cool. We had a very cool Croatian in Chicago back in the 90s. His name was Tony Kukoc. He played for the Chicago Bulls. And my mom married a Mexican. She was Italian, so it happens. She was like, fuck going back to that cold weather. I'm going to stay here in Australia. Unless she was already from there. That's what I love about the city that I live in. It's such a melting pot. We have Greek people, we have Asian people, we have Indian people, we have white people, we have black people, we have Mexican people, we have a lot of European apparently up north with Ukraine, Russian, Polish. So it's a huge melting pot here of different variations of people. She knows 3 languages. They say that's like you're highly intelligent if you can speak multiple languages. Yeah, that's crazy. Tommy knows 6. Wow. Is that because of what he does for a living? That there's so many different people that he has to be able to talk to? Like when he goes to bring his fish on the dock and stuff? Does he have to bring his fish to the dock? And get them counted and weighed in and everything? But that's not 6 languages. English is her 3rd language? Ah. Yeah, hats off. Learning a new language depending on what it is. From my understanding, German is probably the hardest because of the enunciation of things. But that's impressive. 6 different languages. Don't know why well, who knows, maybe in the fish trade he has to deal with a bunch of different people, so cuz he's in Spain, correct? Well, we're going to give Bill 10 more minutes because I need to somewhat get some sleep before I go out looking for a job. Croatian, German, and English. Okay, he just moved to Spain recently? Well, then he had to learn Spanish. Because Spain is different every Spanish area, like Venezuelan, Puerto Rico, Mexico, they all kind of have a different dialect. It's a form of Spanish, but it's different forms of Spanish. What a great story. Shut up and dance with me. And it lasted for a lifetime. Hey, sometimes that's all it is. That's pretty much where I am at right now, Toker. I've given up on the guys. So, I'm hanging out with my dog. You keep forgetting to ask them what the other two are? Yeah, that's ridiculous. He sounds like he's lived a life if he just moved to Spain and started a new business. And is Pablo his coworker? Does he work for him? Or does Pablo have his own business too? Dutch, English, Spanish, and Portuguese are the ones you remember? Wow, that's a vast different amounts of languages. Is that to me or Cat, Toker? Because Cat is nice too. Yeah, I usually figure stuff out. I just wish life could go a little easier on me. Welcome back, Bill. I didn't want you to come back and be like, oh, damn, they ended. I'm trying not to stress too much because I'm only going to make myself sick. And hospital stays and stuff like that, I don't need at this moment. I just need to go back out there and make some money. In the legit way. I'm too old to be a hooker. Okay. I figured I'd ask. Well, that's cool that they kind of pal up and fish together, despite them not being co-workers. Little more congestion driving the son-in-law to work. You're usually back pretty quick, so... Oh, I do not anymore. I do not. I appreciate you trying to pump my head up. I clean up well. I used to joke back in my younger years I'd be the only stripper they'd ask to put her clothes back on. It's nice when there's no traffic at all. Because you're an hour ahead of me, so you're like 6:45. Right now, I think people at like 5 o'clock in the morning, people start their commute either to the city or from the city here. Pablo is a very common name there. It's kind of like John here. Cat just likes to learn new things. And you were throwing out some words to us, so. Yeah, especially at nighttime, Bill. Like about, we're on Friday, so about 3 to about 7 gets pretty bad around here because people are commuting back home. 5 o'clock, we call it the 5 o'clock struggle. Because the busy street that normally you can go up and down is not as easy to go up and down. Especially when you live by a highway, so you got people either coming off the highway or going onto the highway. I like learning new things too, Kat. And we learned a couple of different things off of Toker tonight. I agree. You're never too old to learn new things. That's really cool. Ooh, lucky you, Belle. What the heck is a state shed? Is it where they keep the lawnmowers? I'm intrigued. Oh, okay. Here we call it IDOT because of Illinois. So I guess PDOT would make no sense. A little too close to peed on. It could be misconstrued. We have Amish here. I don't know if they're in like downstate, but I've seen them on the train before. Not very often, but sometimes I'll get on the train to go to the city and there'll be some Amish people on the train line. Families. Nobody on Rumspringer. No talk about the cold shower at all this live. I'm shocked. Yeah, it's 6 in the morning almost here, Toker. You're about to go into Saturday and I'm just starting Friday. Like I said, sometimes I wonder if my friend wakes up and is like, God damn, she's still alive. Rosie asks me all the time, don't you get any sleep? I do. I don't think I've ever heard that song. If it's the band that I think it is Kix the one who sings that song, Don't Close Your Eyes? I think that was the name of the song. Yes, you did. Okay. I know who Kix is, but I don't remember that song. Don't tell my lady I said that. I had this cute Irish couple that were regulars at the bar I was working at up north, and she still said ye. It was always great to listen to her talk. She had such a thick Irish accent. She taught me things. Like, I didn't know there was Irish ham. I told my girlfriend Katie before we die, because she's Irish, I'm like, we need to go to where she goes to, and I need to taste this ham because I want to know what the difference is. Her funnier story is she told me when she came to the United States and found out, oh, they celebrate St. Patty's Day here, they have corned beefs. She says our corned beefs are way different than theirs. Really? From Hailstorm, I think Lizzie hails from. He definitely could hit certain notes. And she could hit some notes. Yeah, I remember Kix. The hair bands were kind of lost on me at a certain point because I was listening to Slayer and Ministry and Nine Inch Nails and punk rock. Different areas of men, I guess, so to speak. In the harder rock, men were kind of scary looking. Look up a picture of Kerry King with hair. He actually looks better bald with the head tattoo. Okay, now I'm slap happy. But it's truth. I've seen some amazing things done through vocal. I can't think of what the guy's name is, and it pisses me off. But he was playing on a show called Austin City Limits, and part of the vocal that he was doing was he was singing into the guitar. And the way it was mic'd up, you could hear what he was singing into the guitar, and it was like one of the most holy shit moments. That sounds so cool. I've screamed into a pillow before, but that was because my wisdom tooth was hurting. So it was not for better vocals. It was, for some odd reason, I convinced myself screaming in the pillow was going to work to make the pain stop. Unfortunately, it did not. I don't know what I was thinking there. Look who I found, Cat. It's Layla. Say hi to Cat, Layla. She loves kitties. She's trying to save some kitties. Some kitties are trapped outside. Could you believe such a thing exists? You will never know such a life. You will always live inside with your mama. Oh my God, now the dog woke up and looked at me like, how dare you? The cat's looking at her like, na 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 boo boo. I got mama. Is he live, Cat? Well, I did show you my pussy. Cat. I used to fuck with my subscribers going, hey, want to see my pussy? And I would bring the cat on live. Say hi, cat. I'm getting lovin's for my mama. It's that time of day. Yeah, she's a good girl. She's just purring. And the dog's still looking at me like, how dare you? She gets jelly. She does not like the fact that I pay attention to the cat, too. No matter how many times I told her that the cat was here first. Sometimes me and the cat line and stance. We used to do a thing when she was really little. I would call it kitten beard. I would curl her up around my neck. And it would look like I had a beard. He has been live. Stop it. I'm surprised she's not trying to run. She's like, nope, I like it up here. Even though you're putting holes in my Ramon shirt. You're lucky I love you more than I love my Ramon shirt. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. There you go. She's sometimes really loud with her purring. It's like, oh my God, girl. Oh my God, Bill. Has your mother had any children that ever lived? Don't start me quoting Full Metal Jacket. What? Man, you hit a full can. I don't even want to hear it. Big cup. You have food in it. We have no official business. From across the room. Oh God, Bill, what did you say now? I've never had any boy cats. Is Charlie your cat? Oh, that's so funny. Oh, that's so funny. I always tell the dog and cat that they're lucky that they're freeloaders and that I love them. Yeah, I've only had a calico, a Siamese, a black cat, and Layla is my tuxedo. The calico I had when I was a kid. She sadly died shortly after my mom, I think because she missed my mom. And then that's when I think it was like 4 or 5 years after, is when I got the Siamese. And then the black cat came in 2011. No. Yeah, about 2011. That was my ex's kid's cat. Her name was Binky. And then I think Binky was like, I don't know, 4 or 5 when we got Layla. And then 6 years later, I got Cardi. We got him for free because the guy was going to throw him outside. Wow. Wow. I don't understand how people abandon animals like that. I would rather die than abandon one of my animals. Because that'd be the only thing keeping us separated. I'd say so if he was going to just throw the cat on the street. And he paid $600 for him. It's like, why? Some people pay a pretty penny. My sister-in-law went and purchased 2 Cavachon dogs. Cavachon? Cavachon? I don't remember. They were little dogs. And I think it was Missouri, and they were quite expensive. My dog was for free. My cat was for free. Childhood friend just said, I got something four-legged and cute. You want? I was always a sucker. Oh, so the cat is papered. So a purebred Persian. Whew, and paid $600? My friend Duper Trooper, his Rottweiler Brenya, she's a paper dog. Purebred Rottweiler. I've had 2 snakes. Got one kitten. Woman looked after Hippie for me and wouldn't give him back. I had a snake until my mom found it. That was not a good day. I had a baby boa constrictor. My cousin Michelle had to take the snake because my mom was absolutely terrified of snakes. I did a good job by hiding them in my room. I named him Lemmy Killmeister after the guy from Motorhead. Yeah, the females don't get that big, but yeah, the boys can get pretty big. I had a friend back in the day who had a male Rottweiler, and he was like 150 pounds. He was a big boy. But my friend Duper's dog, Brenya, everybody loves her. Everybody loves her. She is such an amazing dog. I don't know how he gets lucky. That's how we became friends. I told him I got closer to him to get closer to his dog Darius. I love Darius. Darius is still on my phone, so I never forget his face. They usually are. They usually are. One of her babies named Capone, he's my big love muffin. Sheltie, border collies are great dogs. Yeah, the one border collie I knew, he was very smart. His name was Riley. When I moved by Riley's mom, she um she had to deal with me going and kidnapping him to bring him to come and spend the night by my house. It was a sad day when he left. Loved everybody but the preacher. Oh, funny. Right? The dogs will tell you the good people and the bad people. My Rottweiler that I had, that grew up with my kids, biggest baby ever. And he loved my younger son so much. He absolutely adored him. And one day my ex took him for a walk and he came back all pissed off. One of his friends, for some odd reason, my dog didn't like him. And he pissed on him. And my ex is like, I'm never taking your dog again. He pissed on my friend. And I'm like, which friend? And he told me. And I looked at the dog and I went, good boy. Oh, I've seen videos of cats attacking snakes. If it's a feral enough cat, yeah. And I could see Cardi doing that. If it came, I don't know if Layla would attack a snake. But I could see Layla just, or Cardi just barking at it, going, no, no, get away, get away. Yeah, that's what my German Shepherd would jump on the bus to get my son, so so he would come home. He would grab him by the jacket and take him off the bus. He'd get so excited when he saw him come home from school. He would wait for him. At one point, we lived in an apartment where he would sit in his bed and look out the window until he saw the bus come back. Really, terriers will go after snakes? That's terrifying. Bill's favorite person. Oh my god. Well, friends, we have been live for almost 5.5 hours. Even though I said I wasn't going to go long, I got to get some rest. The sun's coming up, if it isn't up already. Joko! Just getting ready to end things, sweetheart. Good morning. Huh, I would have never picked a terrier being quick. So, I gotta get some sleep so I can be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for meeting prospective new people, hopefully a boss, and get back on track and get back on things. What are you going to do today on Friday, Joko? Got any good plans? Well, I'm glad you had a good time, Toker. You're about to go into tomorrow. We're already in today. Still doing that, huh? Bless your heart. Has the equipment gotten there yet? I know you said that there was a back order or something. Oh, you're talking about tree stumps. You don't have a stump grinder? That has to be extremely unpleasant unless the tree isn't that big. That's what I'm hoping to do, Toker. That's what I hope to do. Show my $1,000,000 smile and that I've got this. At this point, I don't even care if I have to work 2 food jobs and work at a McDonald's and somewhere else. I just got to start bringing in money. But it would be preferable to be a server or a bartender where I can make tips on top of it. Oh, Joko, me too. Because I know you said your poor dogs are looking outside going, what the hell? It'll all work out, Bill. It usually does. But I appreciate all your guys' backing and encouraging words. The funny thing is they say sometimes that, people don't want to work or people can't find jobs and stuff. Some people aren't willing to lower their standards. So, worst case scenario, if I have to work a gas station or a fast food place, I will. Kids are about to go back to school, so that opens up a lot of those type of jobs. Thank you, Kat. I'll keep you guys posted. Wish me more luck on the quitting smoking, because that's going to be a whole ball of wax. I have half of a cigarette left. Aw, thanks, Bill. So, you guys all have a good night. Thank you for your positive thoughts and good vibes. And I will see you guys around. Yep, I'm not quitting until I'm 6 feet underground. So, and hopefully that's a long ways away. But everybody have a good night, and I will talk to you later. Bye.